The Great Yappening. Yeah. How you doing, Patrick? And Guitaraholic claiming first. What's up? Why did I say we? It's just me. You mean waiting room? They announced it until the 7th of the live stream and not end of May? Yeah. The waiting room is long. It can still be a waiting room. It's just gonna be like over a month. A month long waiting room. Nix. Oh, excuse me. What's up? And Pelus. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? We got our announcement of a new league, but slightly later than expected. Slightly, tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. How you doing, Nejla? Alright, I'm just getting my ghost chat up. About it being clipped. What do you mean it being clipped? It has not been clipped. Well, unless you mean it's being delayed to 6 months. Which is yeah. So it's gonna be a full 6 months between 0.4 and 0.5, which is a little weird, but I mean, what can we do? What can we do? Oh, we'll watch the thing. Yeah. Rather make sure that it's fully cooked. I get that. The thing is, like, as a player, 100%. 100%, like, it's fine. I don't mind. As a content creator, it's a little bit scary. Admittedly. Okay. There we go. Alright. Let me just test my ghost chat. Exactly. It's always a little bit... It's a little bit spooky, but we'll be alright. Why waiting 1 month? They're having really 6 months for a new season? What? I assume everyone's seen it though, right? Riza. Thank you for the follow. Alright. I mean, we can give it a watch. It is cool as shit. I will say that. Like, this cinematic, I'll let it play. I'll let it play once. Let's just move the ghost chat. Let's move you guys out of the way. Where's my face? I mean, look, that is cool as shit. This is like Blizzard tier, man. This is almost Blizzard tier. That's so good. Thing is, GG doesn't do cinematics really. They had that one cinematic before PoE 2 came out. That one was really good. That one was like amazing. But this is the first time we've seen something like this. And the thing that's interesting, I'm sure there's a billion theories already about what. Firstly, obviously, Return of the Ancients is Tota, right? Return of the Ancients is pretty mid-name. What do you think they should have been? Like Defense of the Ancients or something like that? Yeah, 6 months cycle means 4 months downtime. If you only play PoE 2, it is really long. Yeah. You had a lot of fun. Oh, nice, man. Thanks, Juja. Who are the Ancients? So there was a league in PoE 1 called Trial of the Ancestors. No, wait. Ancestors of the Ancients. Wait, what the shit? Who are the Ancients? You're right. Yeah. I was thinking, I thought this was Return of the Ancestors. This is Return of the Ancients. Ooh. Precursors? Trailer's just a new tower rising. They know we love our towers. This is definitely the Citadel. That looks like the burning monolith, right? That looks like the burning monolith. And it is erupting through the ground. New Endgame? Perhaps? Yeah, Tower League confirmed. It's obviously... Oh, it's Sven from Dota. Yeah, wait. So, wait. Who is this dude? Who's this dude? I don't... That looks like, the guy from Ultimatum, except it has boobs. It definitely has boobs. Only 2, though. So I'm not sure what this is. But... that's very Val. Return of the Ancients, the Val. It does look Valish. Dead Rabbit! Are you streaming? Oh, is he on the top of every tower? It's not Val, it's Precursor. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Soon, what are you gonna do on stream? You wanna cope with me? About what the fuck we're gonna do for the next 36 days? Return of the Ancients. And then, holy fuck. Yeah, I'm very curious to hear what you think about all of this, Dead Rabbit. Arbiters, yeah, that's definitely Arbiters. HCSSF Private League. Precursors are the Ancients. Okay, I don't know who the Precursors are. I know that word. Someone else said it earlier. Oh, but that's a long ass wait, man. That is a long wait. That is a very long wait. The Ancients are environmental lore objects found around the library. Okay. Alright, well, we're gonna find out who they are in a month. If I survive that long. But at least, something interesting, I must say. And this is something that GGG used to do. Something that they used to do was they would announce the league 3 weeks ahead of time. And yeah, that's like going back to what they used to do. So then there would be a long hype cycle, like a really, really long hype cycle. I kind of prefer that versus the league gets announced and then it's just like, I don't know, balls to the wall for the next week. Because like as a creator, that's a lot. It's like so much. The question is though, are we gonna get patch notes right after the live reveal, or is it gonna be them like doing a massive reveal and then like a week before we get the patch notes? If we get 3 weeks of patch notes, that's actually kind of cool, because then there's a lot of theory crafting time and plenty of time for GG to nerf the shit out of every good idea everyone comes up with. I become jaded. Yeah, the early reveal is because of the delay. Yep. Exactly. Imagine we got no more news for 2 more weeks. The other thing is, like Pyro said, Pyroclasm, this is also probably being pushed back to coincide with a December 1.0 launch. That's the only thing I can think of. So it's probably going to be 2 6-month leagues back to back. Unless... No, I mean, it has to be, right? There's probably not going to be a 0.6. It's probably going to go straight to 1.0. So there's going to be... Let's just say end of May 0.5. August 3.2A, 3.29, and then December. Well, when do we have ExileCon? Like start of November. ExileCon, and then December full launch. Just in time for Christmas. Just in time for GG to go on holiday again. I don't know. Maybe they'll launch end of November actually, but they might. Can I get a 2-sentence summary of the feelings? Frustration, level of delay, scale of 1 to 5, hype level. Hype level's like a 4.5. Frustration, like, I'm not frustrated because I think I think it's good that they're like waiting until it's ready. I'm just a little bit nervous, right? Because that's a long time. That's a long time. That's 5 weeks. And yeah, like Dead Rabbit said, you need to look for jobs. I'm not nervous about the league. It's just that, like, as a content creator who basically, like, people only really watch me play PoE, I don't really earn money when I play variety yet. Like, I need there to be leagues. I need there to be leagues. Second win, 2. Third win. You got a job? You love GG for it. You have a busy May? Damn it. But that's true. There's like other things we can do. I can play like Diablo 4. Diablo 4. I could just like do variety and just beg for subs really hard. Everyone loves that, right? You guys love streamers who like cry about their financial situation and then beg for subscribers. So there might be a bit of that coming up over the next month. Play D4? I will. I'm planning to play D4. I'm not a hater. It's just that, like, the last time I tried to play it, I had the most insane lag. The league mechanic in 0.5. I don't know. You think also you're going to play D4, by the way? And D4 bad? Is Chris coming back? Oh, Christopher Wilson. I have no idea what the new league mechanic... I assume that Tota's going to be coming. PD2, PoE Ruthless. Good for a month. Community private server. The thing is, like, I don't want to get burnt out before 0.5 starts. Is a MOBA. Crimson, like, well, we had Trial of the Ancestors, so we did have Tota. Act 5, Tota, new Endgame. League starts are lagging. Everyone who is more of a lore nerd says this is Precursor, not Val. I also thought it looked Val, but apparently this is Precursor. Isn't there Precursor stuff in Delve? Yeah, everyone who hasn't watched enough, I can't fucking click that link. Everyone hasn't watched enough Kid Cat Noodle. Not Delve? Alright. Precursor Civilization. Not to be confused with the later Primeval Civilization. The Precursor Civilization is the only culture on Ray class to completely predate the winter of the world. The time frame between the apex of the Val and that of the Primordials is greater than that of the Val to the present day. Around 1620 IC. I don't know what IC is. They're also the namesake of the Precursor's emblems, which found in the Azurite mines. They also created the Arbiter of Ash to guard the Flame Seed. Little is known about the Arbiter and the Flame Seed. Technology of the Precursors surpasses that of any other known civilization. Ooh. They created the Tower system? Oh, shit. Encountered in the PoE 2 Atlas. According to the research of Doriani, these towers were intended for terraforming Ray class, possibly in an effort to make it more habitable or another greater purpose. They also created a device known as a Precursor weapon, which Doriani attempts to harness to destroy corruption. After mastering corruption, they delve deeper into the secrets of the world, triggering cataclysmic geological events involving great fires, eruptions, impacts from the sky. Wow. Very epic. And back before we talk to the Precursor Forge. Ah. You wonder if the Precursors are mad at us? True. Because we use the weapon, right? PoE 2 Abyss is good. You're so ready for 7th of May? Your wife's going away for a week and it would have been perfect. No. I guess you get to spend a week pobbing, right? The towers are a giant transmutation circle. Precursor attempt is forbidden. Human transmutation. More Arbiter in 0.5. We're gonna get Uber Arbiter. Uber Arbiter. The Reddit lore speculations. Are they good or bad? IC is before Chorus. And then is AC after Chris Wilson. Ah, and then the 4th edict kicks in, which is the end of the world. Hell yeah. And then it resets like Groundhog Day. Should we just podcast? Yes, please. Crimson. Help. Let's do it. I'm super down. Let's do it.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I just got out of a very productive call with Rabbit, so that's good.
Ah, you guys were talking?
We have requested an interview with GGG, and we were working on our topic list and what our pitch is to try and convince GGG to let us interview someone at the designer or director level. So Chris, or not Chris, Mark or Jonathan or some other designer person, Zaki.
Excellent. Excellent.
Somebody like that. So we were working on that, and while we were chatting, Rabbit was editing thumbnails and I was taking notes, and we were having a productive yap session.
Amazing.
So
I hope they do it. What kind of questions?
I hope they do too.
What kind of questions do you think of asking them?
So philosophically, how do people internal to GGG think about balance?
Yes. Okay.
Is the main topic. So whether that means how difficult should content be? What should be the balance between you and the content versus also how do they think about balance between different classes? Or different ascendancies or different skills or whatever. And so there were a bunch of questions essentially being one of the more interesting questions, I'll give you an example. Have you seen the recent video where Chris Wilson talks to Thomas Mahler, the game director for No Rest for the Wicked?
I missed that one. I did see it on my feed.
Okay, it's really good. It's worth an on-stream watch and react while you're installing mode. It's good. Okay. Essentially, there was this question that came up where Mahler had a super interesting phrasing for a topic very closely related to endgame pace, right? Where people go PoE 2 is too slow, PoE 2 is too fast. He asked such an interesting question, and Chris gave such an interesting answer. I haven't been able to get it out of my head. It goes like this. Thomas Mahler says, the power fantasy of an ARPG to him is that he is powerful and his character is a conduit for his skill.
Okay. Oh, right.
And
okay.
He's noticed that in other ARPGs, he points to D2, for example, the fantasy is that your character is powerful and you're inhabiting your character. And so your skill in the ultra endgame of D2 becomes irrelevant because once you've got Infinity and the Griffins and all the rest of it, who cares how smart you are? The whole screen is deleted. Who cares?
It's just about your itemization and planning ahead of time rather than moment to moment skill as a player.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so one of the things that I think PoE 2 does really well during the campaign is that there are opportunities for me to feel like I'm...
Oh! Sorry. Well,
Am I in the call now?
yeah. Sorry, I made a new group.
Good.
I made a new group,
Good.
and it booted me from the call. But I'll just quickly let me just add you to the other one. Sorry.
I'm in it now.
Oh, are you in there? Okay, cool. Should we just join the other one? Yes. Okay. There we go. All right, let's bounce out of this one.
Cool. Okay.
There we go.
Well, we're waiting for the boys to join. Okay.
Yeah. So you were saying.
So essentially, the question is like, during the PoE 2 campaign, for example, when I dodge a slam or place a skill well or manage my flasks well, I feel like I'm super cool and I feel great about my gameplay. And my character is like whatever. And then as we get later and later into character progression in PoE 2, my skill as a player becomes much less relevant.
Yes, 100%.
And Mahler said that one of the design goals for No Rest for the Wicked was to maintain the relevance of player skill well into the late game.
Right.
And Chris said that for him, the fantasy isn't that he, like when he thinks of classic ARPGs that he loves, like Diablo 2, he talked about, the fantasy is that his character becomes powerful and he's role-playing as his character, and it's cool to be a sorceress who starts in the rogue encampment and is scared, and then eventually ascends to godhood and no longer fears the forces of hell and becomes super powerful.
Right. Okay, so there's a difference of opinion there. Right.
Yeah, and it would be super interesting to get Jonathan, for example, to explain like, yes, we want the endgame to be fast. Yes, we want the endgame to be smooth. Everyone wants that. What do you think is the amount of relevance that player mechanical skill should have in the endgame compared to character skill? Player skill versus character power is now an interesting thing where, like, yeah, we all hate like clunky combos that feel bad, but when the combo feels good, when we've got Whirlwind Twister or the various different druid things, that feels great. And the thing that makes me sad as a speedrunner is that in the endgame, I don't feel like my mechanical skill is as relevant because I can just delete the entire screen with any skill if my like weapon is strong enough or if my character is strong enough.
I 100%
and so
get
getting
that.
Jonathan to talk about, like, as a design goal, what do you think the thing should be for endgame? Like when and I'm talking high tier juiced map content, like when you're 2 weeks into building your character, what's the setup?
Right. And currently that seems to be a little bit unclear because they seem to, initially when they spoke about the game, they did seem to want to lean more into that player-based skill and like a slower pace. Oh, Snoopy! Hello, Snoopy. Thanks for the raid. But then like now it feels like it keeps moving in this other direction. But I think that's a really great question because it really boils it down into like what is you as a player, like how do you envision power? Are you the powerful thing? Like in a game like Counter-Strike, it's all player skill, 100% player skill. There is no like itemization bullshit where you can like cheese. It's just all skill versus something
and
like,
it separates it.
Yeah.
And it separates it from the question of speed, right? Because I can have fast gameplay where I'm still skillful. Right?
Yeah.
And so like I actually like high pace endgame mapping. Like I love blasting and zooming. What I don't like is that it feels like I have very little control in the endgame because I'm either getting one shot or I'm immortal. And I'm either one shotting everything or I can't do anything.
Exactly.
So.
Hey Blaze, what's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh my god.
Good morning, Blaze.
I'm so excited.
Dude, the radio voice. Holy shit, Blaze.
He just woke up.
What's up? Yeah, I literally just woke up. And
Holy shit, you got to record a Folgers commercial right now, man.
I don't know what your guys' normal morning routine is, but when I wake up, I make myself a nice pot of coffee, black all the time, and I pop into Twitch and I see what my boys are up to. And I just happened to walk into some very interesting conversations happening over here. So happy to join up with you guys for a bit.
Nice.
What up, Blaze? Blaze, can I just, in 2 sentences, because I'm asking this to everybody, separately, you've seen the announcement for 0.5. What is your level of hype for the content shown? And separately, what is your level of frustration, if any, about the delay?
Oh, that's a great one. I mean, we don't content shown is just a giant city coming out of the ground. I mean, I think it's very exciting that we don't necessarily know what it is. We don't really know what's going on. There's a lot of potential things that we could sort of speculate on right now, which I think is really a really fun part of the hype cycle of Path of Exile, right? Just figuring out what's going on here, or trying to at least. I saw Lolcohol had a web page open. He was kind of doing his research, which I think I'm going to do as well today. Frustrations. I'm of the opinion that it's hard. I'm going to say this, guys, and I'm sorry, but it's another month. It's another basically month delay. And just let them cook. This is clearly something that they are taking extremely seriously. The expectations for this update are incredibly high, and they've brought that upon themselves with the Endgame rework and delay and whatnot. But they are making it seem like it's going to be this groundbreaking, massive update. And if that's the case, like, I'm totally fine with them having more time to work on it. Like, I want this game to be great, like you guys do, and that takes time, right?
Yep.
100%.
I'm not at all frustrated about timeline. Like, I'm excited for the D4 thing now, because now I was worried, like, oh, if you get the D4 launch on the 28th and then the PoE 2 launch like 10 days later, if D4 good, which is a big if, then like my content schedule and my personal enjoyment of the game schedule varies a lot as I'm trying to get League start builds out, as I'm trying to put up stuff for stream. But now if I have like a couple weeks of breathing room, I'm actually going to be able to do a real engagement with D4 if the D4 expansion is good, which great. Like, I'm happy for it, actually.
Yeah, that's the thing with PoE, is that it's just people who've been streaming and covering this game for so long, is that it has been so consistent for so long that you can almost plan around it, where you can say, like, okay, every 3 months there's going to be a new league. So this month I earn a lot of money, this one not so much, third one I'm earning like nothing. But you can like spread it out. And I think the delays, like, as a content creator, is a little bit more stressful. So you think like, shit, what am I going to do now for the next month? But that's like nothing to do with GGG. And so I'm not frustrated. I think that's just like, all right, what's the backup plan? Like, what are we going to do now for the next month? And yeah, like, what is getting frustrated do? Like, let them cook, I guess. Like, say, as a player, my opinion is the same as that. Is let them cook, get the game as good as possible before launch. As a content creator, it's not like, okay, what are we going to do about this? And like you said, there's D4 coming. There's plenty of stuff we can do. Just like dipping my toes into variety, which is something that I want to do. I'm kind of like being forced into it now, but might need to boot up that only feats if it gets a bit.
I'm waiting, dude. I got my credit card set,
you got it ready
right on the side of my desk, and I've just been waiting for the day that command and chat actually works. So I mean, you'll have my sub.
You're gonna be the
One thing I wanted to bring up with you guys that I thought was really interesting about yesterday's announcement was the 3-week gap between the presentation and the release date. So to my knowledge, they've never done this before. So this is a new thing they're trying to do here. Usually, and I could be mistaken on this as someone who's relatively new to Path of Exile, but usually it seems like they do a big release, right? A big live stream, Twitch drops and all that. And then a week later, the patch drops. And then we get patch notes in between that, then and there. 3 weeks is a long time to do a release and then a patch drop. Like, what do you guys think is going on with that?
That's how they used to do it. That is how they used to do it for a long time, and then they more recently swapped to the 1 week thing. So it depends. It really depends. Like, if they're gonna drop patch notes on us, then there's plenty to do. Then you can start like looking at builds and like testing stuff and exploring, and that's actually really exciting because that's like the PoB week, and then they probably also drip feeding you a lot of teasers. If they just give you the announcement, then it's going to be like proper stalling. You're going to see a lot of PoE streamers like really milking the content that they've given us.
I think so. I looked this up when you asked the question because I also rely on the experience of the like PoE 1 veteran content creators to let us know the longer term norms. But early access reveal was November 21st, 2024, and early access went live on December 6th. So not exactly the same, but also a slightly more extended period of time. And I don't know, like, I think what it means is that we might have a lot different depth of communication from GGG between the announcement and the launch, because if you have 3 weeks, you have more time for devs to give interviews, more time for the sorts of iterative patch notes to come out. Like we've always seen, like, for example, in 0.4 or 0.3, they give us patch notes and then there's like a new line in the patch notes every other day for the week leading up. And that meant that it was actually hard to predict things, because you'd see someone, you know, come up with a build idea and then it actually gets patched out even after the patch notes are live, or we don't have the tree until an hour before launch, and that means that planning things, especially for new builds like the druid, we just literally didn't have the tree. And so I kind of think that if we're getting a new class, which I'm now pretty optimistic
it's got to be
about,
right. Yeah.
I mean, I just have no. I mean, if we're not getting a class, something is very wrong. But if we're getting a class, then like getting the tree, like actually having the real tree update and seeing the real support gems and having patch notes for a longer period is going to be a welcome break from the norm that we had for both Huntress and Druid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think what's interesting is that with the presentation being 3 weeks prior to the actual launch of the league, they have things in stone for that date that they are ready to showcase and ready to be like, this is what's happening in this league, right? Like they're going to be presenting everything. But as you mentioned, they're I think there's almost almost a guarantee that they're going to be adding even more stuff. Like patch note changes is a bare minimum, but even look at in recent times the Disciple of Varashta, I believe it shadow dropped like a week before, like you know, the patch dropped, right? And so I think we'll see a lot of interesting things happen in those 3 weeks. I think we'll see more interviews, as you mentioned. I think we'll see more stuff being added. And I don't know the inner workings of GGG, but it seems like, you know, they are working up to the very last minute about what they can get into a patch, right? Like even with the, you know, as you mentioned, they're changing things in the patch notes based on what people are building pre like the launch.
I'm not sure that it's because of what people are building, but it certainly feels like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I want you to, if you do get an interview, I'd love to know. Like, are they snooping? Because there's been a few times where I remember when the Huntress came out, and there were a lot of things that like people were theory crafting, and then they like they nerfed it before it even came out, and like no one uses that stuff. That's in terms of balance. Like, if you do that interview, that's another thing. Is like what is the like estimated power level, and then why are things announced and then nerfed so heavily, like that they are unplayable?
You'll have to remind me, because I want to be as like precise as I can be. In the PoE 1 news cycle, there were a series of interviews with Octavian, and what was the name of the other developer on the couch with
Andrew?
Andrew.
The GOAT.
They, rewatching that interview segment from the Mirage League news cycle and seeing them explain, like, oh, when we added these holy skills, what's the process like? And then Andrew was like, you boot up a character, you simulate low levels, you tune it in this zone, you simulate the progression to this next zone. And he was naming specific zones in the PoE 1 campaign that he's like, I know what this zone is supposed to feel like. I've played it 1,000 times. New skill, I go to that zone, I check it, we tune the numbers. Next thing, blah, blah, blah. And he like, that was very interesting to hear, even as someone who didn't know like where the docks are and where everything else in PoE 1 was. I felt that was very transparent, that it really was like just like him QAing that one particular skill. And then the other thing about balance is, like, just on that topic, if we have a longer period of time between content announcement and the actual patch launch, I am very glad of that, because I just can't imagine that if you have an extra 2 weeks compared to what you're used to, that you don't do an extra QA pass on all these annoying things that all of us have been caring about, of like nerf ES on tree Add life on tree. QA these skills. Comet needs a numerical nerf. Perfect strikes channeling is too long. Like you get the extra 2 weeks to put QA people on that once you've bug tested all the content and it's been announced. And so I'm actually hoping that that means that we get like a good hard numerical pass on a lot of systems that people have been asking about.
Yeah.
I feel
dude,
pretty
I can't
optimistic
wait.
about that extra. Like if we get like a real 300 line patch note of like all these different notables on the tree are getting numerical adjustments, like Christmas morning for me.
Dude, they always do like a huge sweeping balance adjustment for every patch. So I feel like there's going to be a ton of things that are going to be reworked. And I will agree with you, Crimson. I think that for me, that type of stuff is also like really, really high up on my excitement level as well. Like probably more so, I would say, than like a class or a new weapon.
100%.
Good morning, Rabbit. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Rabbit.
Is he here?
Hello. I would like to order a large pepperoni pizza, cheese stuffed crust. Do you guys have Coke or Pepsi?
This is a Coke house. No Pepsi.
Okay.
I'm drinking a
Coca-Cola, please.
Lolcohol?
And
Don't tell them
that's
about the
it.
Coke house, please.
Don't tell them about the Coke house. How do you think I'm gonna survive this next month, dude? We gotta. Oh yeah.
Grecky in chat.
Wait,
you accidentally
wait, you
followed
can't?
Blaze, who's the better content creator than I am.
I'm
So
gonna
you
ban
followed the
fuck out
correct
of
guy.
that
You just didn't know.
What the? Wait.
You should all be following Blaze. Every single one of you.
What? He followed me and then unfollowed me immediately. No, I'm just kidding.
Better content creator than I am. What are you talking about? Blaze makes better YouTube videos. Have you seen this man's green screen work?
I have a screen. It's green. My girlfriend bought it for me for my birthday.
Aw, that's cute.
Aw, that's cute. My parents bought me a Stream Deck pedal for my birthday, and I be using scene transitions on my Stream Deck pedal.
Stream Deck pedal. That sounds so useful.
Like for your feet?
Yeah. So it has 3 buttons. It in the middle I use it for push to talk in like Counter-Strike and stuff. But then it has paddles on either side, and I use them to go to my BRB screen and stuff. It's cool.
Can you send me a picture of you using it, preferably barefoot?
For 5 gifted, I'll send you any picture you want.
Oh.
We're in the off season, man. The bank account is hurting, you know? For 5 gifted, I'll do a whole lot.
Oh damn.
Log in, boys. The hysteria continues.
Times are tough.
No, but
what was your guys' basic assumption so far? I've been eating. I couldn't listen too much. What was your
delay good,
your
content
thoughts,
polish
feelings?
good? That's the summary of the conversation so far. Delay okay, more content polish good. Delay mean more content polish.
Yeah,
Yes,
I've had some conversations with community members yesterday, and there was a sentiment going around that they were upset about the over promising or breaking of promises with regards to their their 4-month, people being upset about the locking of dates and not content and stuff like that. But then they're also like not really locking dates. And I understand that there's sort of this, I guess, disappointment, especially when like people use that information to make educated decisions about their lives, because that's what people do with PoE. They make decisions about their lives with regards to PoE, which is very fun, but also like it's tough when you're told something like every 4 months, and then you're like, oh, well, if I do the math here, then that means that end of April, early May, I can actually book off time, because that's when they said it's going to be roughly. And then when it's not, it sucks, right? So I can definitely understand if anybody out there who's feeling frustrated about it being delayed, it totally makes sense.
Yeah.
I get that. I have like a little bit of an opinion that it's already saying too much, that it's like broken promises or anything. I don't think it's that deep. I don't know if that's just me, even from a content creator perspective. I don't know. I don't feel like any sense of entitlement when it comes to these things. I just want like a good game eventually when it comes out. I don't know. I already think we've been going a little bit crazy over the past couple of days. People are like reading into so many things already and saying like, oh my god, it's definitely delayed a few days ago, because it's like they said end of April, and then on like April 20th people are, oh, where is it? I don't know. I think it's all a little bit much.
I agree with that. I'm very much like on the same wavelength as you, where it's like, dude, we've been dealing with delays since the launch of this game. Like the launch of this game was also delayed. Like I feel like I'm desensitized to it at this point. But
See,
that's me.
I mean, it's different for people who schedule time off work, and it's different for content creators who financially rely on league starts. And I'm empathetic to both those situations.
Yeah.
But like, I just have such a different mentality when it's in early access that like, do whatever you want, GGG. I don't care. Like, make game good.
Exactly.
And post 1.0, like, it's different. I understand that there's a in my experience, like, unique amount of contact between GGG as a studio and content creators that are affiliated with them, and it's unusually productive on both ends. But at the same time, like, well, it's an early access. You need to delay something a couple weeks because you gotta ship a cool thing, like, and that takes time. Great.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, I had an on-stream conversation with a GGG person a couple weeks ago in their personal capacity, like not a dev interview, just like they're a friend of the stream. We were talking about stuff unrelated to PoE 2 that they were an expert on because they had made some freelance level design work for Team Fortress 2, and we were talking about how selling levels to Valve works for games like Counter-Strike and Team Fortress, and that was super interesting. And then there were some snippets in that conversation about what it's like working at level design at GGG. We're going to come back to that topic more thoroughly with a real interview when we have time to like get permission from a community team. But one of the things I found super interesting to ask him about was like, what is crunch like? And he was like, it's not bad, but there were times, for example, with the introduction to interludes where like some of those zones, they were right down to the wire, was a quote. And that's interesting to hear. So when I hear a delay, I'm glad for the devs where I'm like, yeah, I don't want you to have crunch. Like, I would rather have more polish. I would rather have more time. And I know that the human aspect of working on a project this large is super stressful. So like, yeah, I mean, it's
some of the best things are made in crunch. Like Diablo 2 was made almost entirely in crunch. Not saying that that's healthy, but I'm just saying that yeah.
I mean,
I honestly feel like that's what they're doing right now, and that's why I kind of think there's a real positive side to them actually having the, I don't know if balls is the right word, but actually having the balls to do it in this way now, because it clearly shows that their biggest objective is to push out something that is going to be polished and good. And I think even though people are super mad right now, I think the comparison to how mad they would be if they release it 2 weeks earlier, but it's very noticeable that there needed to be 2 weeks more work put into it. I think people are gonna be mad even more in that case. So I'm always on the side of take your time, push out a good product, and that's it.
That's it. But
2 weeks into the league, no one will remember this.
Yeah, no, they never do. But
like 2 days into the league.
The thing is that
also,
it's so
true.
Yeah, I was gonna.
You go for it, Lolcohol.
Yeah, so I was gonna say the thing that's tough is that like no matter when they release, you're suddenly gonna get like hundreds of thousands of people playing the game, and inevitably like a bajillion bugs are gonna be found. Well, not like bugs, but you know, there's gonna be that balancing stuff. So you might have people arguing like, oh, just release it and then like fix it as you go. But you're right, like you get that first good impression, because once the league is not good on launch, like half the player population is gonna bounce. So I agree. Like, just make it really good, especially if they're gonna. Maybe what they're doing is they're saying we're gonna add a new endgame, and like shit, dude. If we had like an extra month, we could just finish up the duelist and put it in the game, and also we could like throw in an extra league mechanic or something like that. And they think like it's gonna piss some people off, because I mean those people are a little bit too. I don't know. They like anthropomorphize GGG. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean. They rather just like disappoint those people, but then when the announcement drops, like everyone will shut up and they will be happy. So yeah, go for the best, and us as content creators just need to figure it out.
I mean, from the content creation perspective, even if you just think of things in the Exile like Diablo-like ARPG genre. Like, have you played all of Diablo 1, 2, 3, and 4? Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2, Last Epoch, Grim Dawn, Titan Quest 1 and 2?
Nope.
No Rest for the
I
Wicked?
haven't even played Elden Ring or Expedition
What?
33 or
Like,
Baldur's Gate 3
exactly,
or all of
exactly.
these
And you're like,
goated games.
and we're all
I
sitting
need
here
to
being
play them.
like there
Yeah.
is an inclination to be like, this delay is bad for content creation. I'm like, there are 9 major ARPGs
Exactly.
that you can like, if you just put a week into No Rest for the Wicked and pump out first impressions and my take on for 3 different videos, your YouTube channel will be fine, dog. It'll be fine.
It'll be
No
fun.
Rest of the Wicked is amazing. I've actually played a little bit of it actually off stream as of lately, and I love that game. I can't wait to see what happens with that game. It's bomb. Lolcohol, you should play it.
I
You'll
did
love
play it
it.
a little bit, and then I don't know what happened. Like I got distracted. Maybe there was another PoE league or something like that dropped, and it just I got distracted.
Ever since for me PoE 2 came out, I haven't even seen the sun.
This guy's melting.
I haven't even. The only other game I've played is Diablo 2. That's it. And I played Peak with like 2 hours with Lolcohol.
We should do that
again.
again. Can we do that
Peak
again?
is so fun. I love that.
Guys, can we
even-
just
even
turn
in
this
that
into
one.
a D4 campaign playthrough for lore Andes? Just all of us right now as a 4-stack?
I would be super.
I don't
down
know
for
about that. I'm down
I
bad,
honest-
but I'm not
I don't
that
know
down
if
bad.
I can play D4.
I'm down for D4.
I've been. I took
Hey,
like
man.
6 weeks off of PoE 2, and I don't think I will get burned out in the next 6 weeks. I'm so excited.
Are you going to be
so
pushing
excited.
through with PoE 2 until
I think
launch?
so.
You think
Think
so?
so,
I
yeah.
the thing that's frustrating is
Yeah.
like I know that's the right quote unquote right decision because you got basically going to be like I don't know, grabbing all the people who are still interested in the game, even if the streams are smaller, but like everyone who is interested, those people are now like gravitating toward you, and then when the launch
Yep.
happens, then
Yep.
there's gonna be like you saw last week, you were streaming to what, like 1,000 people consistently, and I kind of know I should be doing the same thing, but there's also the side of me that's like, if I do that, I'm gonna be burnt out before 0.5 happens.
Mhm.
But
Yep.
maybe I should just do it and then get burnt out and then swap over to variety sooner, or I don't know. I need.
I also just mean from the perspective, and I think you said this earlier. I kind of, even though yes, I do understand the frustration from some people that they would want it a little bit earlier, and I understand that, and I think that's a very good sign for PV2 because people are actually like they want to play the game, whether you are a content creator or just a normal player. That's first of all, that's a good thing because everyone wants to play PoE2. On the other side, just strictly from content creator perspective, I will gladly take the amount of time that we have now between the reveal and the actual release because I really like that time, depending on whether we get patch notes or something. And I think you said this earlier, Local. I kind of like that, and I think also like completely disconnected from the content creator perspective, I think that could also be fun for people to engage in this absolute hype for 2 weeks and theory crafting builds and watching all the stall content that people can do and I don't know, talk to your friends about are you gonna play the duelist, and I don't know,
drama.
I'm totally fine. I honestly when I oh yeah, drama.
Drama
When I opened like all the streams today and stuff, and I read all the titles of like broken promises, expectations, whatever, I just didn't feel the same way. I'm fine.
Are people angry?
I have like I have huge trust. I have huge trust in GG to just put out whenever it is, put out a good quality product, and I'll be playing it. Like I don't feel this sense of entitlement. I have to say, like I don't I don't feel like I deserve. I don't feel like they owe me anything. They're the reason why I can even do this full time and everything. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I am
the same
fucking
way.
excited. And I will, like, frustration here and there. As soon as the reveal stream drops, I will not talk about anything else but, oh my god, look at this. What is this?
Okay, so Rabbit, you're planning on going full steam ahead, PoE 2, all the way through, basically, until 0.5. Crimson, you mentioned Diablo 4 is going to be something that you're going to be checking out, and if it's good, playing more. Lolcohol, what are some things you're thinking about? I know we've sort of talked about your initial thoughts, right? You've been very vocal, but I don't really know what's plan A and what's plan B for you right now.
Plan
Maybe
A?
even plan C. Yeah.
So
What's plan A?
plan A was take a week off and then hope that 0.5 is announced in that time. that failed. All right. So plan B, play Dota 2 and see what people think. I think everyone hated it, but I mean, I had a good time. But plan C, I don't know. I don't know. Play D4 next week probably. Play D4 and then probably after the announcement then get into like leveling practice and stuff. But I'm not sure. Yeah, probably just try not to stress too much. Hop into D4 after the announcement, get into PoE 2. Yeah. What about you guys? Blaze?
Well,
or Crimson?
I'll let Blaze go first for sure.
I'm very lucky. So I initially, and this kind of circles back to what I was speaking about earlier, where I had the initial thought about the 4-month thing, right? And so in my mind, I was like, okay, I'm going to be playing a shit ton of PoE 2, making videos, making content, and just blasting in May. So I'm going to book a bunch of work in June. So I booked basically the whole month of June up for mural work. And after yesterday's reveal, I started emailing all my clients being like, actually, guys, I had a massive cancellation in May. Let's move all of the projects up to May. So I'm basically filling up May right now with all of the project that I had in June, so that I can kind of, and this is something that I'm very fortunate about, where if you work for yourself and you are able to do this, you can kind of rearrange your schedule. So I'm going to be doing some big painting projects in May, making a bit of money, and then having some time to really dive in June, which I'm super stoked for.
You can paint me if you want.
Oh,
I would love to. I would love to.
Speaking of Stalathon content, 2 thoughts. One, the PoE 2 Content Creator Cup, we're closing in on an actual date for that, guys. So
when are you thinking?
Oh, I've been meaning to ask you about that. Yeah, okay.
So,
give us the
to
news.
prime the audience a little bit, speedrunner guy, I go fast, try to make other people go fast. And there's been this idea for a while in the PoE 2 speedrun community of getting super competitive top racers to do a race where they are each coaching a non-racing content creator. So the idea is that we have a bunch of super top elite world-class speedrunners and we pair them with a content creator, and then the content creator's job is to learn from the speedrunner and turn that into a League Start Tips YouTube video. 10 things I learned from one of the world's best racers. And then we have a race where we do a League Start simulation and you can see all the different classes and hear the interactions between the racers and the content creators in real time. And we have a finalized coaches list. We are figuring out an exact date when all the coaches are available. And then we actually have so many content creators interested, we're going to have 2 races. This is news breaking right now on Lolcohol's stream. We have a limited number of coaches, so there's going to be like a main event of 4 streamers with their coaches. And then we have so many other streamers interested that I'm going to host a second race, which is just an Act 1 of streamers without coaches. And then we'll see who just raw dogging it can kill Gianor the fastest as like a primer for the big main race. And that should be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So like before announcement, we're still looking for sponsors. If anybody has any leads on brands that think that this is cool, there are a ton of streamers involved. So you'll get a lot of exposure for your brand. Let me know.
Only downside is the winner is already decided. We all know that. So that's the only downside for anyone who wants to participate. What?
I mean, unless Blaze locks in, Scorpius might just take it all because that man has been grinding.
Okay, shit. What? It's an Act 4 right now, right? Or Act 3 race?
It's an Act 3.
So what's...
It's an Act 3, and we're still figuring out the exact rules. But the basic idea is that you have to ascend. You can't skip any permanent bonus, so it's like a real League Start simulation. And there's going to be a level floor, so that way you have to be like a realistic level. You can't just leap slam the whole way through.
Okay.
So the level floor, I'm still looking at it, and we're going to talk with people based on the amount of time that people have for the event. But it'll probably be like either level 36 or level 40, so like realistic-ish of what you would actually do on a League Start.
I'm excited for this. The last time I stepped foot into competitive speedrunning or racing in PoE 2 was in 0.1. alongside Lolcohol. Actually, this is before we were friends. Lolcohol. I remember I had just started my content creation journey. I started playing PoE 2, and these races happened, and I had never tried speedrunning or racing in any game before, and so I was like, I'll just give it a shot. You know, how hard could it be? And this game is a really freaking hard to speedrun. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong. There's so much RNG. There's so many variables, and I actually remember placing like 2 places below Lolcohol in or
Oh.
2 or 3 places below Lolcohol. We were both doing Monk 2 on the 3rd race. I think we both did Monk like throughout the
Yeah,
races.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, but you
Yeah,
did
and I was
pretty
like,
well.
yeah, we did good, dude. I think 330 in
Yeah.
0.1 was like really good, and now
That
that's
was-
terrible, right? Like, it's so bad now.
It's
But
super
back
bad.
then it was good.
And it was on a
Yeah.
Monk, like Monk 330.
Yeah, Monk was hard, dude. Yeah, Monk was really hard.
But that was fun.
Like, y'all
to
think
answer-
y'all think Monk fresh starts are bad now? Like, go back to 0. I guess we had the quadruple bell thing.
We
though. That
did
was
have
pretty cool.
quadruple bell. That was mega strong.
Yeah. Yeah.
To answer a question that's being asked in chat about who the potential coaches are, I'll give you one hint. So far, there are 4 coaches, and I haven't done the exact math on this. But you win a Demigod's Virtue for finishing first in the class you're playing in a given race. And between the 4 coaches, there are at least 25 total demigods.
Whoa.
So we've got like elite players, people who have multiple demigods each, sometimes on multiple classes as the coaches. We're going to announce the roster soon. But we've got like the big boys are involved.
That is so cool. I'm super excited.
I
for
think
that.
we have like 10 total race wins and like 6 demigods per person or something.
That's a lot of demigods. You know, it'd
It's
be
a
cool if we could get demigods for this race.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of things that are possible but not confirmed, it's possible. I don't know how likely this is, but I've reached out and asked that since I'll be setting up a private league for the race anyways, can GGG turn on rigor mortis?
Ooh.
And
Well, that's good. Yeah.
And that way we would have like a real race league. You'd get name and lights if you're the first to enter a zone. We would have an actual leaderboard. And like, it's not, from what I've heard from people who would know, that's not super hard to implement in terms of like the amount of time it takes a developer to do. But it requires some effort, and therefore we can't guarantee it. But I have put out the ask, and that's a possibility that we get like real actual race setup. So
I would be so down.
I mean, heck, you could just make it hardcore. That'd be fun.
hardcore SSF, where if you ever die, it just deletes your account.
Yeah.
Like, forget
then-
character death.
Uber
Just
hardcore.
account death.
And you go bald immediately. All your
Yeah.
information
Immediately
goes out.
bald. Immediately. But as a matter of fact, if you die in the race, it just auto launches D4.
Deletes PoE 2.
You'd love that. You'd be like, hell yeah, dude. I'm logging in. I'm
The
logging
other
in.
thought about the
Void core.
content creation cycle is that because we all thought that the league was going to launch a bit earlier than it turns out it's going to, we are in what I like to refer to as a weird YouTube video season. Like, we're getting the abstract ones right now, where people are putting out their like desired balance changes and fake league mechanics and 10
Yeah.
things I'm hoping to see and like over interpretations of every piece of art that's ever been put out in a teaser. I just want to know how abstract we're going to get in the next couple weeks, because weird YouTube season is going to be longer than usual, and I'm excited to see just how weird we can get in PoE 2 YouTube land.
Oh yeah, I've already started working on some ideas for a new video based on this 15 seconds that we got. And you know what's funny? I always meme about how people make like 30-minute video essays about GGG's like 15-second trailer.
Yeah.
Now the tables have turned.
Now you do it
and
yourself.
I have to do it now.
Yep.
So
Well,
guys,
someone-
stay tuned.
Someone, I mean, Kit and Cat Noodle like crossed the Rubicon and now works at GGG, so someone has to make the lore explainer tinfoil hat video. Someone has to
True.
pick up that crown and wear it.
There you go. Yeah, that's wide open. I'm not a lore guy. I think I like actively avoid it, not on purpose, but just kind of to annoy chat. It's like if you deliberately don't understand things, people get really upset, especially with games like Elden Ring, where it's so nebulous. But We need it, man. You seem to be a bit of a lore guy, Crimson. Why don't you take up the helm? Too much work. It's a ton of work.
It's not that it's too much work. Well, it is a ton. It is a ton of work to make the good YouTube video. You know, this is my favorite of all the times where you make a mistake in a YouTube video and the comments get mad at you. If you produce a bad build guide and people get mad, that's one thing. But when I went to GDQ and I was trying to like give lore summary because I knew the audience who were not PoE nerds, if I just kept talking about the increasing levels of complexity of the shield wall build, where we're using marks to get mark of siphoning to do this for the blah blah, like I knew I would overwhelm the audience, and I added lore in. 3 different people sent me like essays in the Discord DM before I was even off stage, and I was like, someone at GGG told me, like an employee at GGG was like, "Hey, you said this thing in Act 3. I don't think that that's correct." And I asked the narrative team, and it's not correct.
How dare you?
And I was like, "You walked across the office to ask somebody? Hell yeah!" And then a PoE 1 veteran, Ayadwa, told me that the Titan Grotto boss, I said he was a Titan, and that's wrong, and he's actually a Hiveborn, and how could I possibly not know this? Because his face is a hand, and that means he's clearly a Hiveborn from Breach League, and I'm an idiot for not knowing this.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, that's really, you should feel ashamed. Like, have you considered deleting your YouTube channel?
You didn't know that?
How did you not know that?
I mean, how could I think that the guy in the Titan Grotto was a Titan? How could I mean, honestly, what an idiot I am.
Unbelievable.
What a stupid idiot I am.
It's almost like if you're going to make any PoE content, you're going to be torn apart no matter what.
No matter what.
If you get one node on the passive tree wrong,
when the lore nerds come for you, it feels much less hostile to me than when the build Andies come for you.
Yeah.
So like, I actually wouldn't mind being more of a lore guy, because it's just, it turns into like people arguing about whether or not Hufflepuff really is a house that's for people who are more friendly, or if it's just the characters we saw in the movie that were Hufflepuffs happen to be friendlier. Like, that's my favorite stupid RPG argument, is the narrative one. So I actually wouldn't mind more of that being my life.
It's
that
like
actually sounds fun to me.
Comic book nerds arguing about characters. Yeah, not like...
Clearly Batman could beat Iron Man if he had prep time. Like,
not like, you ruined my league start. I took a week off work. How dare you? You fucking ruined my life. That's what it's like when you do like a 2% imperfection in your build in PoE 1 at least.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a terrible lore person. I know the lore of the game. I've watched some videos, but I get in trouble all the time for just skipping everything, and just, I don't know, it's just cool that like the game offers you, you know, depending on what you're interested in, you could either immerse yourself in that or you can not. And one thing that I'm excited about seeing is for the lore enjoyers, you know how they added like the extra lines of dialogue for each like character class in Act 4, right? Like, I feel like we're probably going to be seeing more of that in, you know, the future acts as well, like Act 5 and Act 6, whenever that comes out. And so it's going to be cool to see like if they continue that trend, and also maybe go back and add in like those missing like lines of dialogue for our characters, throughout the campaign as well.
While we're talking about tiny, just like the smallest features of polish in this game, if you're playing a warrior, you are Karoe, at least ethnically.
Okay.
And when you confront Tavakai in his hut at the end of Act 4, he says that you're an outsider and that this is a Karoe matter. And he says this to every class, but the warrior is a Karoe. So please have a different voice line for Tavakai there, GGG. Unplayable.
Unplayable.
Immersion broken immediately.
My fantasy is immediately broken. The warrior is Karoe. He should be addressed as though he's a member of the tribe, because he is. Okay. Not only that,
that's why one of the
on the tree there are 2 typos. We've got time to fix the spelling mistakes on the tree. I've read all 3,457 nodes, and 2 of them are misspelled. Get it together, GGG. This is the polish we're looking for. Okay. Dev ass stating devices. Come on now. Dev ass stating. Fix it.
Oh. What were
Fix it.
That's why one of the voice lines of the Act 4 boss is, "The side of the tree sucks." Buff warrior.
This is probably what they're doing in the 3 weeks leading up to the patch. They're just going through and just changing all of these little
typos.
you know, inconsistencies.
Every time there's a
typos.
client-side update and I get that Steam update, I log in, I check the spelling errors on the tree. They're still not fixed. I log out. Game unplayable. Can't do it.
Just yeah. IGN 6 out of 10. Trash game. I'm just gonna grab a drink quick. I'll be 1 sec. You may continue though.
Okay, so what do we think the league mechanic is? If we're deep speculating, PoE 1 players, what is the league mechanic? Is this Delve? Are the Precursors returning some form of Legion, and we're gonna find the terracotta soldier bodies of ancient Precursors?
I'm so unsure at this point. We've talked about that like on the 2 previous episodes on the podcast now, and everyone keeps throwing out like I think the ones that are being thrown out are Legion, Bestiary, Delve. Obviously, ever since the Delve League, everyone's under the assumption that just because it's in a game file that it means that it will surely come next. I personally don't think so. If it's just me, I want Blight, but I don't know. I don't think that Legion for me for me Legion makes a lot of sense gameplay wise. Like that Legion would make sense because it's an in-map mechanic, and I do think that has like the simplicity of what you do in the league mechanic for it to be like a just general good thing to be in Path of Exile 2. But at the same time, I don't know if it's like in PoE 1. I'm personally I'm not sure about adding more heroic jewels because that's already a little bit of a clusterfuck a little bit in PoE 2. And I think I would argue that probably 90% of the player base of PoE 2 have never really engaged with heroic jewels that much because they are just very, very complicated right now, and you have no way of actually checking what they do. So I don't know. I think Blight is definitely just my personal choice. I think Bestiary, I saw Gazi having like a real cool take about how Bestiary and beast tracking could work in PoE 2. That would be cool. Delve obviously would be amazing, especially with the implications that it would have for advancing the end game. But at the same time, so many people are saying at least or speculating that it's surely going to be something that is an in-map mechanic, so that would speak against stealth. So yeah, I don't know. It's like it's such a I've stopped speculating, to be honest, and I'm waiting now. It's how many days until the 7th? Like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna lean back and then let if they start the stream and Jonathan goes already this is I'm calling it now. He's gonna be hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. This reveal stream is gonna be the longest in Path of Exile history. So get ready for the next 2.5 hours for us to blow your mind. Get some popcorn and then we'll see. I don't know. Is it even gonna be sorry, I'm yapping like super long time here.
It's okay.
Is it even going to be a PoE 1 mechanic? Probably, right?
Probably. They've said that they're going to add all the PoE 1 mechanics or some iteration of them to PoE 2, right?
I think this particular trailer that we have seen, this 15-second trailer, doesn't scream any of the PoE 1 leagues to me. And I'm not super, educated about all these leagues, but I do think personally that it looks like it's going to be another iteration of of one of the PoE 1's leagues. I think very similarly to how I think Incursion was interpreted into PoE 2, essentially. Like, it's not at all it has similarities, but it's quite different in the way that it was implemented into PoE 2, right? And I think that's what I would like to see personally. If there is going to be another thing brought over from PoE 1, which they've said that they're going to, I would love to see just how that's sort of iterated on, improved on, maybe innovated on a little bit, like the way that the Val mechanic was done. Yeah.
Okay, I've got some insane tinfoil for you boys if you're ready.
Let's go.
Okay, like everyone put your protective tinfoil hats on right now. Can you Lolcohol on your stream, can you pause the trailer right at the moment when the walls are all at their max height just before the max splash graphic? Okay, because I've got the most perfect. This shot right here is perfect. Okay. How many of you have seen Attack on Titan? Because this is a series of concentric walls, and that could mean that the map is just Shiganshina, and the way that you get to the Arbiter of Atlas is to penetrate all of the different walls all the way in and the precursor towers and the progressive tiers of the Atlas are you breaking through the little keystone cities on the lip of each wall. And we're really the Infinite Atlas has been reworked into Paradise, and we're all gonna get omnidirectional mobility gear, and we have to kill Titans. And really, this is just Attack on Titan, but in PoE 2. This map is just a series of concentric walls that we're having Attack on Titan League. Tell me that this is not just the Attack on Titan map. I'm cooking here. We're having Attack on Titan League.
Well, your chat fits perfectly on my chat window. This is crazy.
Now, I have one more piece of ridiculous tinfoil for you guys because we're in tinfoil season. So, when O.4 launched, if you're a Steam user, I can give you the exact file directory for this. Within the game data files on your computer, unencrypted, there is a path directory called bundles2 content terrain leagues, and inside of leagues there are 5 different files, and one of them that got updated when O.4 launched with staging information was Heist. So I'm just saying, all the other ones that are in there, there's some obvious reason for it to be there. Like, there's a Delve file in there that got updated when O.3 launched, but we know that Isle of Kin has an access point for Delve. We saw an update for Legion, but that makes sense because Viper Napwatsi gets legioned up when she dies at the end of Act 3. And the only one that doesn't have a clear explanation that I'm aware of is that at the beginning of O.4, on the day that O.4 launched and you got your big multi-gigabyte download ready, there was Heist information in that download, and I haven't been able to figure out a sensible explanation for why. Other than that, there are Heist-related NPCs in Oriath, and we know we're going to Oriath in Act 5, and so maybe they were staging some narrative content for Act 5 that didn't make it in. So, Heist in O.5?
Crimson, I'm gonna hire you to find out why my dad hasn't returned from the corner store. I think you're the man for the job.
I'd be reading these game files. I'd be sitting there in the file directories. I'm allowed to. I at one point messaged someone at GGG and I said, hey, in my client.txt, there's this information that doesn't make sense. And I got the response 2 days later of that should not be logged on client side. Thank you for telling us. And then they stopped logging that information on client side.
What was it? Leak.
Actually,
maybe it shouldn't.
Okay, well, it's no longer logged on consumer side, so I can tell you. But at the time, every time you entered into a zone, any zone, in campaign or maps or whatever, it would print a series of 4 lines of debugging information to your client.txt log file, which would include the internal code name for the zone that you're entering, and then a map seed hash, and then an area seed hash, and then an RNG seed. And then it would also print the dimensions of the map. So it would print texture height file 240, 640 by 280, which is the tile size of the map that you were in. And so the reason I was interested in this is because in principle, if you were an ultra elite map nerd, some versions of the same zone will have different aspect ratios. And that meant that if you had your client.txt open while you were speedrunning, you could look at the client.txt and know which base layout variant you were in before the zone even finished loading.
Whoa.
And I was like, this seems like maybe we shouldn't have this information in public directories. Why is this here? Is there debugging utility for this? And I was one of only 2 players who knew that it existed. And so I asked GGG hey, just a question. Why is this here? And their response was you're right. That shouldn't be there.
Huh? Wait, so did it automatically just show up in chat, or was there a way to bring it up?
So client.txt is just a huge log file on your computer.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, so it was in the client txt.
And so you would just,
Whoa.
if you had like client.txt open on Notepad and you clicked on load a zone and then you refreshed client.txt on Notepad, you can get a bunch of information that like all of the information in there is completely useless to the player. But if you make a bug report, it copies the last like several lines of your .txt to that bug ID. And then that way they can like regenerate the level that you're in and see if there's a level generation bug. And they can look at all these, they can look at your build, they can look at all this different stuff because it's useful for debugging. But later on, but there were, that one thing was added for like several zones, and I like couldn't, I was like, why does this need to be logged? Like I couldn't figure out a reason, so I asked. And the answer was it was an oversight and shouldn't have been there in the beginning.
What are you doing
Okay.
that you're finding that?
So
I found something interesting here,
Mhm.
and while we have our tinfoil hats on, I don't know if you went through this Lolcohol already on your stream, but so essentially on the Path of Exile wiki, and this is something that I'm completely learning for the first time, so forgive me, lore enjoyers. But it says here, the ancients are environmental lore objects found within the library. They tell of the Val Empire and the rise of the Eternal Empire. And if we look at what the Eternal Empire says on the wiki, it says that it was largely survived by the island of Oriath, which is Act 5. With our tinfoil hats adjusted appropriately, does this mean that we could potentially be seeing Act 5 in the new update?
potentially, for sure.
I think so.
This is interesting. This is very interesting. Again,
So
for
then-
those of you who are listening, this is all on the wiki. Look up Eternal Empire. There is a massive page dedicated to that, and it looks like this is sort of what they're alluring to in the 15-second teaser trailer that we got.
So there are many. See, the thing is, I'm. This has been brought up multiple times in chat. By the way, I just have to advocate for the emote that I linked in your Twitch chat, Lolcohol, because we do need chat to have the ability to actually put their tinfoil hats on.
Oh, okay. I'll add it. One sec.
It's an all-time banger of a 7TV emote. It's there we go. Dead Rabbit has the actual tinfoil hat on. Thank goodness. Tinfoil hat. We're safe. We're safe, boys.
No, I always have this.
I'm stun locked by Rabbit's phenomenal hat. What a beautiful sight. What a beautiful man. We've interacted with. Actually, let me back up. Chat has brought this up, and I agree. It's probably the case that this is the last of the druids, the fate of the Vol situation, and so the return of the ancients, I think, is probably more likely related to the Endgame rework than to the League mechanic. Right?
Yeah, you
Because
mean
it just seems like
yes,
Precursor
yeah.
Towers.
It's like core game stuff, not expansion, or not like
Yeah.
League mechanic. Yeah, 100%. I think that's right. This is definitely like core game, end game stuff that we're seeing.
Because we see the burning monolith and we see multiple towers in this snippet. So that said, the precursors at the end of Act 3, we go into the precursor forge and Sin reforges the weapon, and there are a couple of other lore interactions with both the Eternals and the precursors during the campaign. So it makes me wonder, like, could the precursors be mad that we have reforged the weapon? Could interacting with the forge have done something to awaken some ancient precursor thing? Who knows?
I wonder.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here.
And in terms of endgame mechanics, I got up when you guys were talking about that. I think my biggest guess for that is that there is going to be more than one. Maybe, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I really do think there's going to be more than one. Because if they want to expand the end game, it's not just like a layout thing. I love the Attack on Titan idea. I think that makes sense, right? Whereas you're like, it being limited makes a lot more sense, because then you feel that sense of progress. With the Endless Atlas, I think, because it's endless, it doesn't feel like you're going anywhere. There's no end to it. But
I'm having a brain blast in real time. Go on.
Really? All right. Okay. So the
Oh,
idea I was having was like, if you want to make the end game better, you don't only rework like the Atlas tree, but you add, let's say, here's 5 new mechanics in one go. That's maybe a little bit copium, but I think it could be. I could see it.
I'm taking the longest drag on my cigarette right now before I say this. Just before I joined the call, Lolcohol, you were looking at the wiki, and there was a line in the wiki on your screen that I'm trying to remember, and what it said was the precursor towers were potentially related to terraforming the world to make it more habitable, or used for some other unknown purpose, right? And
Yeah.
I joked in your chat, "Oh, this is a transmutation circle, and they're gonna do whatever." What if this means that you can change the map, like that infinite atlas still works, but you can use the precursor tower in some way to quote unquote terraform the maps around it, so that way you don't have to run molten vault anymore, because you can get a tablet that makes all the ones around your tower into water biome ones, and then you can run all your favorite water biome ones or sand biome ones or whatever. And so what if it's turning the precursor towers on the infinite atlas into terraforming thing, and this is the like soft transition to, yeah, you can influence what type of maps you need to run because you can avoid the ones in the biomes you don't like.
I like it.
This has been something we've talked about for a long time, actually, is sort of what the intended new purpose of towers are supposed to be. And yeah, I think Miso talked about this on their podcast quite a bit. The agency issue being resolved in some form in 0.5 would be amazing. And I think that the towers being some sort of way to influence the zones that they're in, I think it would be a wonderful change. It would be so good.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the biggest problems with PoE 2's endgame right now, is that there's a lot of fun in planning strategies and executing them, and if you can't really choose which maps you're running, then it immediately limits that. You can still do it, but not to the same extent where it's like I'm doing a city square strat, which is really, really fun. And maybe having it so that you could have like elements of it where it is, you could do like the random map like it currently is, but then having like the terraforming where you have a little bit more control over it. I think that definitely makes sense for something that they're looking into. And that's a cool way of doing it, where it's not just like you're running the same map, it's like you're actually like changing, because it's easy to, in terms of lore, opening these maps that like open portals to, I don't know, like past dimensions, or someone can explain that, but it's like external, it's not within the worlds. But the terraforming idea, because you are actually like in the world, how do you run the same map over and over and over? It doesn't really make sense. Endless Atlas makes sense, but if you can terraform it, that makes sense. So I'm on board. I'm on board with Crimson's Attack on Titan terraforming towers.
I like it. I like it. It also feeds into the theory that they're quadrupling down or tripling down or however many iterations down on the Infinite Atlas, which I've thought that they would do. Like I really think that it is close to being like actually really, really solid. Because a lot of people were thinking like it can go one of two ways, right? Like, and a lot of people were like, they need to just completely get rid of it. But I think changes like this, where they just give a bit more agency, like with the towers and whatnot, can be a giant step towards just making it feel actually like really, really good. And a search function too. Please give us the search function.
Give us Atlas search, please.
The Infinite Atlas has so much potential, right? Because if you get it right, where there's enough points of interest that you're constantly like pulled in these different directions, and you can see what's coming. I think that's the big thing. Like Delve is infinite, but it's engaging because you know what's coming. You can see it on the thing over there. There is that thing. That valuable thing is over there. So like incentivize you to go for it. I think that's missing right now. If you can put things like that, you could make Infinite Atlas work. But then the question is,
I'm a full believer. I'm a full believer in Infinite Atlas. I think it's also the way for them to just future proof anything, because you can always just add on to it, and it's probably pretty easily changeable. And we're gonna see probably the first very big change to it, or very big evolution to it now on 0.5, right? So I do think it's the right system. I just think that so far, and it makes sense when you look at the past when it came to the development of PoE2, that they kind of I think the whole Endgame that they plastered onto PoE 2 was not really the one that they. I think if they had a little bit more time, it would have looked much different. So it was kind of blasted on there, and then now we are gonna see what they really have in mind for the Endgame. I think so. Oh wow.
Yeah. Oh,
what is that?
Damn.
Wait, you made an actual good one.
Holy
This is,
shit.
by the way, I just picked up. This is how I just greeted the Amazon driver. By the way, I don't think they're ever gonna come to the house anymore.
You're like, oh, I
I've
forgot
got the
about that.
industrial
that there's
size.
a delivery coming today.
I've got
think
the
they're never
industrial
gonna
size
come back here.
tinfoil just for these types of conversations, boys.
Yeah, I think I can't rely on Amazon anymore to get my packages now because that guy looked at me like,
Excuse me?
I have to get away from this person.
Lolcohol, I feel like we're missing something now. Like, do we need to go and like take a few seconds to like get geared
I'm
up?
seeing
for this
the game
chat,
with
or
Yeah.
what?
with a new clarity, boys. You'll never theory craft like I am right now.
I'm gonna keep it off.
I was always so jealous of people especially on YouTube being able to pull content out of their ass like that, and I feel it now. I feel it now. I feel like I can make at least a 45-minute video out of the 15-second trailer now.
Dude, is
Like,
the
it's
Infinite
coming into
Atlas
it.
is the PoE 2 Infinite Atlas a sphere or is the PoE 2 Infinite Atlas flat?
Oh shit.
Oh god.
Let's boot. I think we need to get hats, man. But how? What's our excuse gonna be?
wait,
Dude? I'm
who's-
gonna get in
who are
trouble
the
with my
baddies?
partner. It's gonna be like, oh, why is all the tinfoil gone? It's like that was the thing on stream.
Oh, you don't need much.
Just a
You
bit.
don't need much. This is like, yeah.
This is
I
is
made it like
achievable.
I'm a tinfoil dragon.
Guys,
No,
guys,
it's
it
just
turns
gonna-
out combo based gameplay is good. I see the vision now,
That's
boys.
good.
I see.
Perspective immediately changed.
I see the vision.
It all makes
All right,
sense.
guys.
You gotta go.
While we're talking about hats, no, I wanted to ask you guys most iconic helmet in PoE 2 right now. What do you guys think for throughout the last few patches, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, most iconic helmet for you guys in the game?
Deepest
you know my answer.
Tower? Right? Is that
No?
no? The
Rarest unique item in
I-
the game, boys. Demigod's Virtue. What are you talking
Come
about?
on.
Oh, okay.
Us plebs.
That's-
Constricting command. Oh, what do you mean iconic? Like, had the biggest
For
impacts
you.
on the game? Most iconic helmet. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean that's Vertex. It's pretty recent, but the most impact on the game definitely has Vertex. But I'm very sure that's gonna die, just like Deepest Tower. So as soon as a helmet reaches power level that is too much, it seems to be on the chopping block, which gonna be interesting to see. For me personally, my favorite helmet in the game, Blaze, at
Yeah.
Series Disdain.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You
The
can guess
orange
why.
one.
The orange
I've
one, it's a Series Disdain, and it's amazing, Lolcohol.
It is
And you
good.
can get it in an exceptional version now.
I'm very happy that you said it at Serious Sustain because that is the best in slot item for the for the Lich. So it makes sense that Rabbit's got that dialed in for sure.
On
Yeah,
pure vibes, I just love constricting commands mechanism.
It's
Like,
very good. Yeah.
That it got sent to the Shadow Realm, I'm sad about actually, because I think that it's a cool item in concept. It just needed to be rarer for it to be balanced.
Yeah. There's
I think for me,
Maybe
it's
we
Gold
get a
Rim.
tinfoil
Gold
hat
Rim?
unique.
You think Gold
Wouldn't that
dude,
be
Yeah,
cool?
I think Gold Rim looks the drippiest. Like if you're making a new character, you're in Act 1 and you throw on Fox Shade and Gold Rim and your
Yeah.
character is just dripped the fuck out. Like you got the beret on, you got the furry suit on, you know what I mean? Like I'm not talking about it's what it does. I mean, it's great for the campaign, right? It gives you,
Mhm.
a bunch of resistances and stuff. But I think just on vibes, dude, the Gold Rim Fox Shade setup, it looks so good.
So this is cosmetic.
it.
Like, which one looks the cutest? We're going with Gold
Yeah,
Rim. Okay.
but also Gold Rim from
Wait, are we
PoE1
gonna
is also
play-
iconic too, right? Like it's
Have
just
you
such a
guys
good
ever
helmet.
seen someone just absolutely sell out for a Roblox sponsorship and play Dress to Impress on stream?
I would do it. It's gonna be a long
It's-
month,
I
man.
don't know what
Dude,
any of
the
these words
Roblox
mean.
money
What?
is real.
Can you get
And I'm just letting you know, we can do like fashion in PoE2 as a stream content where we all try to transmog our characters the cutest and let chat vote to win
I will win.
on who wins the fashion show. We can We can stall, guys. We do have the stalling
Jesus,
content in
dude.
us.
We gotta go down
Yeah.
like the cosmetic rabbit hole, start producing MTX. Oh god, it's gonna be a long month.
Since I saw the question in chat and I wanted to go in on that because one of you guys said that about constricting command and how it's, I don't think it's gonna be sent into the shadow realm because I think the surrounded mechanic is perfect. I think that was the perfect compromise between having deepest tower and having the constricting command and I think constricting command is perfectly valid, and I think the surrounded mechanic kind of leads it to a cool niche that is going to lead to an item that is by its definition niche and not just like deepest tower. You can slap it onto any build and it just makes the build amazing, right? That was mainly the problem about deepest tower, right? That's why I don't like Headhunter and Rite of Passage right now, because you can just slap Rite of Passage and Headhunter onto any build and it kind of becomes a Rite of Passage and Headhunter build. And I think Constricted Command is perfect encapsulation of how that can be avoided and still make a very cool item that is very, very strong, but a little bit more niche and not just like, oh yeah, I have this item now, my build works.
Yeah.
Right?
It's one of those items. It's one of those items that you put on and you actually go into the passive tree and make decisions based on having that item equipped, which is fun. And there's not that many items in the game that I can think of off the top of my head that directly dictate your like passive tree investment choice when it comes to like using it and making your build around it. So I love that. I would love to see more of that. I will say though that the nerf from being changed from like allowing it to roll like requires 0 to be surrounded to 1, it was like negligible from like 0.3 to 0.4. Like you always have like a monster around you regardless, and you get that buff. And I know it's a nerf from basically having the surrounded buff all the time to having it around 99% of the time, but I just think it was funny that that was the way that they decided to nerf the item, was just like bring down the surrounded amount by 1. It was like, I'm still surrounded all the time anyways, you know what I mean? So it's fine.
I mean, I think that there was someone in chat who said like it still works for melee. For range builds, it was a meaningful change in some ways. I also think that like part of the reason it had to be changed was like, yeah, the on tree stuff was cool, but like the Defy support gem was insanely OP. Like all damage is lucky and skills cost 30% less. Like, dear God. Like
no, wasn't it they cost no mana if you're surrounded?
Yes.
Yeah. It was just like skills don't cost mana. Mana problem solved.
Skills
and
having no mana does not prevent skills from being activated,
yeah.
and all damage is lucky is better than any lineage support gem. Like that's the most broken support gem in the game for sure.
And then you play it on a low life lich with crossbows, and you add execute 3 onto that and get 60% more damage at all times as well.
Yeah, and then you get build of the week, and then your build gets killed the next league. Oh man.
Well,
yeah. It was
rest
fun
in peace to the crossbow lich. Yeah.
Oh, I feel so bad every time I see build of the week. You know, I'm just like, rest in peace, 07s. See ya. Like
it's called.
It's just.
It's not called build of the week because they do it once per week. Like they for sure are not putting out build of the week highlights once per week. It's build of the week because next week it's gone. They're announcing the flash sale. Play it now while it's hot.
So it's like build of the yeet.
Build of the yeet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this on? Hello? Hello?
A grand honor. Although, I mean, the Emma Fuselad one survived, didn't it? The cowboy one? What was it called? That thing survived. But yeah.
And isn't grape soda power washer still a thing that you can do if you want?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I just did it on a Chronomancer. I mean, it was basically ED Contagion and then using Incinerate for boss killing on a Chronomancer. So that's basically that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been some pretty cool helmets in the game. I'm very much looking forward to seeing some new like unique items and new lineage support gems. I still stand by that lineage support gems are probably one of my favorite additions to the game in like the last entire history of the game, pretty much. So fun.
Sure. For sure. Yep. There's some of them.
What do you think of Headhunter? Since I saw some faces made when I mentioned the Headhunter Rite of Passage thing. So what do you think? What do you think of Headhunter in its current state?
I've never had Headhunter in PoE 2.
Oh yeah, true.
So I don't know.
HCSSF.
Have I used one?
And it's funny because Headhunter has been such a prevalent item in the game so far. So I'm still waiting to see it.
Plays?
I've had oh god, rite of passage. I love that item, but I
Yeah,
have fully found it myself. Which was like it was one of those rare moments in I feel like in PoE 2 where when you find an item on the ground, you freak out. Like you just jump out of your
Yeah.
chair. You're like, holy shit! I just found this item. Definitely feel like we need a few more of those personally, but yeah, it was very fun to find. I feel like I can't really speak to how it's impacting build creation in like a trade league or softcore setting because I'm not really sure. I would assume a lot of people use it, right? But yeah,
There's definitely a problem with the charm system, like in general, because rarity charms, rite of passage in particular, people will show up in my Twitch chat and they'll be like, "I'm dying to ignites," and I'll be like, "Do you have an ignite charm?" And they're like, "No." And I'm like, "Then unequip your rarity charm and put an ignite charm in. Rarity charms are for people who don't die." And then people will be like obscenely mad at me that I would ever suggest that you should do something to keep your character alive because you can't kill monsters and get loot if you're dead.
Yep.
So like charm system feels simultaneously like you're fixed into a couple of really powerful unique charms and the like ailment charms, even when people were like chain dying to particular abyss ailments and degens, people would be like, I don't want to use the charm system for that. And the charm system wouldn't even really solve those problems sometimes. Because like the charms have too few charges and accumulate new charges too rarely for you to like actually solve your ailment problem with a bleeding charm or a freezing charm or whatever.
Yeah. I didn't know you were a vape. What do you call it? A vapist? No, that's not right. Vapor? Dead rabbit?
That's not right.
No. Sorry.
I think
Surely
both of
that's
those
not right.
options are not good.
No, I'm not usually. I quit about 3 months ago, but the problem is on the weekend, me and my wife had I engaged in some beer drinking, and then I couldn't.
The trap.
I couldn't do it.
And then
I had
after
to. And this is still the same one. But after this one is gone, the next time is hopefully another 3 months. So this is the one because I wouldn't want to waste the $8 I paid for this. So
yeah,
for sure, you've committed now. You have to follow through.
You're locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, drinking and nicotine is just such a hard thing to get away from.
Yep.
Yeah, I basically since I stopped smoking, I think I stopped smoking now like 3+ months ago, and I've barely had anything to drink since then because I know that as soon as it's more than 2 beers or 2 drinks, your brain just automatically comes up with every single reason why you should buy a pack of smokes or buy a vape. Like you're just battling your mental, right? It's crazy.
It was like the first time I've had like more than 2 or 3 beers like this year. So I don't know. But as soon as the third one, I opened the third one and it was like nicotine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so bad. Wait, you smoking cigarettes, Blaze? What do you mean vaping?
I was smoking cigarettes. I don't know if anyone knows this, but I've been smoking cigarettes for a long time.
Yeah.
So, and I've gone back and forth between quitting and vaping, and I think if you guys have been watching my podcast for a while, in the early episodes, I think even when we had an episode Lolcohol back in the day, or our first episode Dead Rabbit, I was vaping between every question, dude. I was I'd ask a question and then I'd hit a vape. And so yeah, it's crazy to go back and watch those old episodes and see how much I used to vape, dude.
I avoided it for so long. Like smoking in South Africa, it's less prevalent now. But when I was in high school, we had a smoking session for the kids, like in grade, and the legal age was 16. And I was like one of the few kids who did not smoke. And up until I was like 20, I didn't smoke. And then you start drinking, and then you're like, I'll have a cigarette. And it's just downhill from there. Like people, because you always think like, how do you get addicted to cigarettes, right? Because the first time you smoke, it is vile. It tastes like you're just inhaling fire, and you think like, how is it actually possible to get addicted to this? And then you do. But now you've got these like tasty treats, which are what are you smoking? It's like mango and oranges. Have a try. And now there's like fucking thousands of kids addicted to nicotine.
Oh,
God damn.
there's no long-term studies on the health effects over like a 10-year base. There's no long-term
Yep.
studies yet. To go try it out.
Yeah.
From
it-
somebody who's
Ah!
done both, I think personally for me, I chose cigarettes, even though I think that they're absolutely worse for you than
Way
vaping
worse.
because the vape lives in my hand. Like I'd wake up and it would just be there, and I'd be like,
Mhm.
"Hey, good to see you," and then that would be my day basically all day long. Whereas with smoking, I would at least have to go out every like 2 hours and like make time for it. And I think that's I never really kind of calculated how much time I'd be vaping versus how much I'd be smoking, but it felt like even though I think that vaping is like healthier, if that makes sense, I felt like I was doing it way more
Oh
because it was
yeah.
just so
Oh,
accessible.
way,
Like I would
way
do it
more.
everywhere. Yeah, everywhere.
Yeah.
This is making me want to vape now.
I'm sorry.
Which one of
I
the
haven't smoked a
which one of
cigarette
the
since
Path of
I.
Exile characters would vape to bring this back?
Finn for sure. Finn would absolutely vape like
Dude,
constantly.
Finn is
Oh, no,
definitely
Dory again.
vaping. Like when you take him to Freythorn, 100% chance. Are you kidding?
Oh no. Wait, so Crimson, you also got hooked?
Not quite. I'm trying to find an old photo for you because I used to work in New York City in tailoring, and
Ah.
yeah. So here, I want you to imagine the social pressure to smoke when your entire life is trying to look cool on Instagram. The number of variants of that photo that I just put, you can show that on stream if you want. The number of fucking times in my life where I was doing an Instagram photo shoot and someone would hand me a fucking cigarette and
Oh,
try to
hell
convince me
yeah.
to smoke in the photo. Dude, imagine the drip if I had a cigarette in my hand in that photo.
It would have been
This was my
excellent.
life. And
Wait,
so
that's you?
yeah, that's me.
Oh.
And so I used to back when I was skinny and cool. And
Oh, I
I,
remember those times.
What? This guy's a model.
I
What the
know.
and
heck?
so and so when that was my life, all my coworkers smoked, all of us are wearing skin tight suits, all of us are doing late night Instagram photo shoots in Madison Square Park, and I smoked cigarettes socially then, and thankfully never developed an addiction. And when I stopped working in tailoring, I stopped smoking immediately.
So lucky.
I'm proud of you for that.
Good
And I'm also
job.
jealous that you don't. It seems like, from what I understand, and before we kind of reel this back into PoE2 stuff, is that some people just have like more of an addictive personality. And I don't know if you guys like agree with this or not. And I've heard it kind of be argued both ways. Some people like Crimson can just like have the occasional cigarette and like not develop a crippling long addiction.
Yep.
Whereas for me, as soon as I started, I was just like, it's over. Like I need this. So yeah, how about? Do you guys think that that's an actual thing, or do you guys think that's like a wild?
Oh yeah,
tale
no,
of
it
someone?
is. It definitely
Well, that's
is.
definitely a thing.
It definitely is. And
Yeah,
it's also
okay.
like the one thing I got addicted to was the one thing because my mom smoked. She hasn't smoked for a long time, but she was always, when I was a kid, do not smoke, don't smoke, don't smoke, don't smoke, don't smoke. But they were like way more chilled about drinking and stuff. Like they'd let me have a sip of beer and stuff, and they would like, you know, if you take drugs, just tell us, you know, we'll take care of you, but like don't ever smoke. And that's the one thing I got addicted to. Fuck, man. So dumb. And getting
Is
off
the stream
it.
sponsored by Big Tobacco? All of us are telling horror stories about smoking and getting addicted and feeling terrible about it and how bad it is for our health. This is very much an anti-smoking stream, Fearless. Come on now.
Vaping
Yeah,
is...
no, we don't condone it at
totally.
all. I feel
Yeah.
like it's funny when I went to Japan in November. It was during one of my so all the smokers out there and the people who deal with nicotine addiction can relate to this. I feel like once you start engaging with it, you become constantly in a state of trying to quit for as long as you can, and it becomes like a battle essentially. When I went to Japan, I was in a stage where I was very much not smoking or not doing anything. And I didn't realize how crazy Japanese culture is when it comes to cigarettes. So there's vending machines on every street corner with all of your favorite brands, different flavored ones, and all this shit. And they're like $4 a pack. And I completely just did not even smoke during this whole time. And then I bought my friend a carton to bring home for him, and I ended up smoking the whole thing in the winter time because he didn't pick it up. But they were the best cigarettes I've ever had in my life. They're called 7 Stars. They were incredible. Best cigs ever.
7 stars.
Yeah. Yeah. If you guys ever go to Japan and you are smokers.
Hashtag ad.
Yeah.
Hashtag ad.
I have an anecdote I will tell you guys off stream because it will come off as a pro smoking anecdote. and those of you who are smokers will get it, and anyone in chat who isn't a smoker won't get it. But I'll tell the story. Not
bad
when
is this?
potentially influence. It's just I had this roommate who I'll tell a very edited version of the story.
Does it involve putting it in your butt? Like, why can't
No,
you just
no,
say it
no,
on
no, no.
straight?
No, no, no.
Okay.
No. So like essentially I had this when I lived in New York, I was working for a suit company, and through an extremely convoluted series of circumstances, the suit company was paying my rent and all my expenses, and I was being paid a salary, and I was 19 and wearing custom suits all the time, and it was the time of my life. And I had this roommate who had the same setup, and his name was Nick. And Nick was like a Grecian statue of a man. He was literally a Calvin Klein underwear model and professional cyclist, and he had long copper hair. And he would always smoke and act super duper macho. And before I smoked or knew anything about smoking, everyone would always make fun of Nick, who was like trying to be so aloof and cool and macho and manly all the time and like super posed. But then he smoked American Spirit Yellows. And I never understood why that was a contradiction in terms until I started smoking.
So bad. Those are so fucking bad.
It was when I finally tasted the difference between any other cigarette and that, I immediately got how funny of a contradiction in terms that was. It was
Those are one of the worst cigarettes you could ever smoke, in my opinion, and I've tried a lot of them.
Dude, I just want you to imagine a guy who's like trying to act super macho all the time, smoking the lightest, most flavorless dog water cigarette you've had in your entire life. It was incredible.
Amazing. Do you guys in the US have the like dying people on your cigarettes?
Nope.
No? Australia, when I lived in Australia, they're just like covered in like cancerous eyes and like lungs that have been pulled out of dead people. And
that's here as well.
God, you got
they have that
as
in
well?
Canada too.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, they have that in Canada too. Yeah.
Ours are so
in the US,
beautiful.
our cigarette packaging just looks like cigarette packaging, and it has like a black and white text Surgeon General's warning on the back. So
the last time I visited the US, I was actually astonished to see that there were still cigarette advertisements, which was something pretty cool. Like I saw like giant billboards with like, you know, people looking really, you know, like Crimson back in the day with the suit on, smoking. And I was like, damn, like smoking looks cool. I want to do that.
Dude, I did so much shit for the gram. You don't understand. The Instagram was, I would have done anything for 2,000
The Tinder was
followers
popping off, probably.
Dude, it was dude, imagine being 19 in New York City and making $100,000 a year and having no bills and having infinite access to custom suits. It was unbelievable.
Why did you
my
stop?
Life was phenomenal.
Okay. All right.
There's like there's Goodfellas part 2 in here.
So long story short, the company was expanding in North America. They had their first couple of brick and mortar stores, and I'm from California, and they were building their San Francisco store. And what was supposed to happen is I was supposed to go to New York and live there for 6 weeks while they finished building the San Francisco store. And then there was 1.5 years of construction delays. And so I ended up, quote unquote, trapped in New York City, but the company kept paying my rent and my grocery bill and my everything. So it eventually came to a close because they finished building the San Francisco store, and then I went back to just working in a store in San Francisco. But at the time, 1.5 years in New York City with no expenses and a full-time job's worth of income.
That's
beautiful.
Crazy. Because the rents in
Then
New York
I moved
City
back to San Francisco, and then it was unbelievable. It was great.
Okay, how do we bring this back now?
People in chat are asking why we're wearing tinfoil hats, and it's to protect us from the vibrational waves that will interfere with us really, truly understanding what's coming in 0.5.
Yeah, we've got ours off just to have an objective perspective, and then they've got theirs on for the...
This is the 50-50 that we need. Yeah.
By the way, is Reddit on fire? I have been avoiding Reddit and Twitter and
is Reddit on fire is a great question. Let's find out. I'll take the
most
boys. I'm
opening.
Can we go back to smoking? I don't know. Can we? I prefer
Reddit,
smoking over checking Reddit. To be
I
honest.
literally cannot believe. Holy shit! The top post on r/Path of Exile 2 right now has 800 upvotes, and it's new leak. No swords in 0.5. Instead, we get a new base type of ancient weapon. Rocks, and then someone has photoshopped tooltips for 6 different rock bases. Holy, Like,
Okay, we need
dude,
to see this.
dude,
Pull this up,
Reddit is
Lolcohol.
absolutely melting down. My God.
Amazing. Stained rock,
Dude,
rugged rock. Oh, hell yes, dude.
Oh my god.
holy
There's
shit.
a unique item called Dwayne the Rock Johnson as well, and it's just
Holy-
his head just chiseled into a rock.
Boys, I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate Rolling Slam together with my rock build so I can have rock and roll as build of the week.
Oh, perfect. There you go.
Dude, rocks confirmed.
I mean, we got plans. I think the next logical
Irregular,
step would be-
irregular rock.
Irregular
They could
rock.
have. They could have made the irregular rock look a bit more irregular. It
You're
just
right.
looks like
Dude.
another rock. It just looks
Dude.
like another rock.
It looks like the
What are you
most
doing here?
regular rock.
This
Yeah.
this is a I can't believe it. Actually good fluff and meme when they should be melting down. I can't believe it.
I just noticed the flavor text or whatever. It's not a sword. That's great.
I mean, we do have a notable on the passive tree that's called Pocket Sand. So I don't know if we have Pocket Sand to throw in like rocks.
True.
Why not have rocks? I still want to know, by the way, and that's the most important question on my mind. Is that a King of the Hill reference, or is that just called Pocket Sand for no reason?
It's for sure a
because
King of the Hill
GG
reference. For
GGG, if that's the King of the Hill reference with the Pocket Sand, I'm.
What was
Love you
that
even
reference
more.
from?
That
I haven't
was-
seen that. I haven't seen that show for like 10 years.
Oh, you don't?
yeah, Sam.
There's-
It's just like
There's a thing where Boomhauer like defends himself by having a fistful of sand in his pocket and throwing it in people's eyes.
Yep.
And
It's
what
just
the
like he's
node
always-
does in game is it blinds
Yeah, it's
enemies
Dale.
on hit.
Oh,
it's
there you
100%.
go. Oh, it's gotta be.
also it's Dale.
It's Dale.
Dale.
Oh,
Dale.
sorry.
It's like that's my strategy all the time when people be like, "Oh yeah, I could beat you in a fight." You know, I don't fight fair, right? I have Pocket Sand.
That's true.
That's a deep cut by
But
GGG.
like
I respect it.
overall the like the delay or like delay thing or whatever you want to call it, it feels like it's still pretty chill. I think most people are just excited, and only real thing I'm seeing is that people just go wildly speculating now. So I just hope that there's gonna be maybe another few tidbits in the next week or in the next 2 weeks before the reveal on the 7th to fuel this a little bit, because I like people going crazy a little bit and put on their tinfoil hats. So I think it might be coming that there's few more, because yeah, we had Last of the Druids, Fate of the Val. There's definitely, with the size of 0.5, there's definitely not just gonna be, oh yeah, this is just a league mechanic, no classes, nothing, no. So there's probably a few more things that they can tease us about a little bit. So that's gonna be fun to see.
What do you guys?
I mean, on
Yeah.
another topic, just briefly before we move away from the tree conversation, there are nodes named Engineered Blaze, Lucky Rabbitfoot, and Crimson Assault. So I'm just wondering
Oh,
when Lolcohol is going to get his
come
node on the tree.
Where's mine? Although one of the
Wait, how did you know that? Or did you have that in your head already? Did you just look at the tree and just find this
Listen,
out right
man,
now?
I will do anything to save 1 second in a speed run. Okay, I've literally read.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
exaggerating. I've read every notable and keystone on the entire tree.
he knows.
I've
them
read every
all.
notable and keystone on the entire tree. Not a joke.
Holy
Damn.
shit!
I know Lucky Rabbit's one.
I
That
always-
one's really good.
I
Engineered
always
Blaze
assume
is
that
actually
anything
a
named
very fun
rabbits-
node to play with as well. So
Okay.
I always assume that anything named Rabbit is about me. My ego is just
100%.
big like that.
No,
what would
I'm pretty
Lolcohol's
sure they
node
named the
even do,
animal
though?
after
Well,
you,
I don't
if
know.
anything, you know?
I don't know what my one would do. Probably like temps.
It's got to be alcohol related or or concoction
Yeah.
related, right? Bring back concoctions.
Concoction related. Wait, we have concoctions. They just shit, right? They just like.
Remember
really
when
bad.
concoctions
Well-
were usable in PoE 2? That was a good time.
Yeah, that's one of the questions you guys need to ask. Is like why is balance that hard sometimes, where things just seem to get killed. But I wanted to ask you guys.
That's
so-
assuming we even get the interview.
If-
That's assuming we even get the.
You're gonna
interview.
get it. You're gonna get it. I believe. You got 3 weeks. They have to stall as well, man. They're gonna be like, shit. We gotta get some interviews in there. But
I even
mean,
have 2
there's-
horses in the race. We also asked for an interview with the Path of Exile 2 podcast. So I don't know.
And a third one as well. I feel like even talking about this makes me nervous, but I did message them or email them, and they did get back to me. So, GGG, we got time. Let's get it.
Do you think
See,
that
what I really want though is to see, like, Jonathan says like that he plays early game. What if I just ask to 1v1 Jonathan in an Act 1 race?
Oh my god.
Do you think that they'll, like, if they're installing season, you know, I want to see the gameplay. Put it out there.
Challenge him to a 1v1 or like a PvP?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Half an hour to gear a character and then we PvP, I'll do it.
That actually sounds pretty
Yeah, what if Jonathan is just cracked at his own game?
Yeah.
Did you ever consider that? And
if he is, bro, he's been playing PoE since before it even came out. What are you talking about?
He's just gonna humiliate you live in front of thousands of people.
Yeah, he'll type in the codes to like get all the best RNG. There's no hope.
First item off of Miller's +7 two-handed mace. It can't even drop, but it just does.
One of my all-time favorite Reddit crash outs was when in 0.1 or 0.2, I think it was 0.2, during that 2 weeks where everyone was melting down about campaign difficulty. And in that interview, Jonathan said that he wants the campaign to remain difficult, so he still has a challenge because he plays the campaign every night. Someone on Reddit like absolutely melted down and was like, "There's no way that Jonathan's playing this same bullshit campaign every night. I guarantee you that his personal client has like 150% item rarity and he just forgot, and now all of us are suffering because his dev settings are screwed up." No. I get, like, they were incensed. I was my favorite Reddit like copy pasta of all time. It was beautiful.
I think that's the guy I bought this from.
Wait, is the campaign considered hard these days? I feel like I'm out of touch if that's the case. I feel like the campaign's really easy. In 0.2. Okay, yeah.
In 0.2.
Yeah.
But also, Blaze, you are in the most likely top 1% of amount of times having gone through the campaign. So it's always important to remember. I need to remind myself every single episode on the podcast when I talk about like difficulty of the game and just like friction in the game. I need to remind myself every single time that I spend a lot more time than the average person going through all of the motions of the campaign. So I think in the end, it doesn't really matter. I think it just needs to be fun. It needs to be fun for me, and it needs to be fun for the person that might not have that amount of time spent in the campaign and everything. And I think that's already that's always hard to balance around. But I think at the same time, the obvious solution is not to dumb it down. I don't think that's ever going to be the pathway to giving me the fun and the person. I think challenge in the end is always going to be what makes it fun for me and the person who plays less.
That's a very political answer. I like that. It feels like you've had this one practiced a while.
No, but I also just
Rabbit for president. Rabbit for content creator union president. We're appointing Rabbit to president of the content creator union.
Yeah. No, I just think like if challenge, if any sort of challenge is what turns you off of this game and an ARPG, it's always such a cop-out answer, a cop-out thing to say, but then it might just not be for you.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of other games that offer you the just brain off gameplay. And that's not even, I'm not even being like, oh, just get good or play a different game. It's just like, if any sort of challenge is what turns you off in a game like this, it's going to be hard to balance around you, not me, you know? It's
that's one of the things that I've said to people in the last couple of weeks is like, we live in the objective golden age of action RPGs. Because Diablo 2 Resurrected is getting updates. D3 still has seasons. D4 has seasons and an expansion. PoE 1 is getting updates and is clearly in the hands of people who really understand the design ethos and understand the community and culture of the PoE 1 player base. PoE 2 is still in early access and getting huge content every few months. Last Epoch and Titan Quest 2 and No Rest for the Wicked and The Slormancer and Grim Dawn has an upcoming expansion. And Darkhaven is coming out. And Blaze's project that I want to include, but I can't remember the name of, The West.
The Dark West.
The Dark West, thank you, I'm so sorry. And so there are like 15 different cool things you can play, and if one of them isn't what you want to play, that's okay. Like, it needs to be okay with you that one of them is not for you.
Yeah.
Going back to the difficulty thing, I feel like for me, despite falling in love with the game, I think because of the challenge. I think it obviously goes two ways with regards to challenge, right? It's either you look at it as how do I get better so I can overcome this challenge. I think that's why a lot of people like From Software games, because the game doesn't hold your hand. It actually shits on you, and you need to just directly improve your skill issues, right, to get better and progress through the game. And then it can go the other way, right, where you play the game, it's really hard, you get frustrated, and you just quit. And as much as I think we all are enjoyers of challenge and stuff like that, I can definitely see sort of the rationale for pivoting and making the game easier, because at the end of the day, like, you don't want people to quit. And I think the challenge, definitely the ceiling of challenge in PoE 2 can definitely be raised, but I'm totally fine with it being a bit easier, from the get-go, because despite me loving it, it was probably not well loved by many people, and it was probably a bit too hard,
I
right?
feel like, I don't know, I feel like most people really loved it. The people who seem to really hate it were PoE 1 players. And I think the main reason for that was they expected like all their experience in PoE 1 would transfer 1-to-1, and then they played a different game and they were shit at it, and instead of like realizing, oh, I'm actually bad at this, they blame the game. They're like, oh, this game's shit, it's too hard, the campaign is too long. Like, I agree, the campaign is a bit too long in certain places, but I think the fact that like you speedrunners are like, what, getting through it in just over 2 hours now, at least for the first 4 acts, goes to show that.
If you want like the state of the art on making it to maps from a fresh start, that's 4 hours.
4 hours, yeah. So
the state of the art for to maps, fully ascended, blah blah blah. The state of the art for to maps, 4 hours.
That's like definitely longer. That is definitely longer. And there's certain areas in like Act 2 especially where you think like, do we really need this area? It's kind of just the same area again. But yeah, I think there's just some people who are conflict or challenge averse, where, and I don't think it's just in Path of Exile, you probably find it in all aspects of their life, where the moment they hit any kind of road bump, they just like, instead of saying like, how do I figure this out, they just shut down. Dude, it's true though. You see it like,
but what I would say is this, just to like defend those people some, is like, if you're coming to video games for recreation and your job is hard and your life is hard and you want to have a power fantasy, I get it.
But that's why like D4, that's why D4 exists, and like D4 is perfect for that. It's perfect. I think the thing is like, there's good challenge and there's bad challenge. Like when something feels unfair, then it's really frustrating. I think that's why Souls-likes are so popular, because even when you're getting killed by like Millennia for the 100th time, you know it's your fault. And it's like, I know, I've seen people who can do this on like shit tier gear, deathless, like hitless. This is my fault. So like, I can't be angry at the game. Whereas I think in PoE 2, maybe there's currently too many things right now that are things out of your control, and then it gets quite frustrating. So I don't know. We'll see if they bring in kind of deterministic power. Yeah.
I would also argue, to Crimson's point, that the power fantasy is kind of, does it even feel good if it's just given to you? There needs to be like a way towards.
Yeah.
So the way to, because that happens in PoE 2. Once you are min-maxing your build, that is what you aspire to do. You aspire to laziness all the time. You're min-maxing your build to be as lazy as possible and just have basically a one-button build that shits on everything. But if that is the starting point, then there's like idle games or whatever where you can just go for that. It's just like you're looking for the wrong genre or whatever.
I'm also curious, for those of you both in the Discord call and people in chat, one through line I've seen of criticism of the PoE 2 gameplay style being divorced from the PoE 1 gameplay style is that, at least on the forums, people say this, and I will phrase their criticism as politely, much more politely than they typically do, which is, if you've been buying supporter packs for PoE 1 and you hear about the PoE 1 and you hear about PoE 2 being a separate campaign but the same endgame and an engine overhaul but the same core thing, and you're buying supporter packs because you want to invest in that vision and you want to support that vision, and then you find out that the thing that you've been monetarily supporting by buying supporter packs is that, and then it turns out to be something completely different from what you expected, I get it. I get that. I get that that's not what you felt you were supporting when you buying supporter packs. I don't know what GGG's responsibility is to fulfill the promise to you, but
no, it's like you're not buying into your vision, you're buying into theirs, and it's if it doesn't turn out to be the game you wanted, then you can't blame them for that, or you should have waited to spend your money. I get what you're saying, like you're trying to like give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't think you can do that. The moment you start trying to appeal to everyone, that's when you end up with like Diablo 4, which you could argue is like a good game for more casual people, but it is shallow. It's very shallow. And the thing with PoE is it's just
you know what? Let's have the whole thing. D4 systematically not that shallow.
Oh really?
All right, I'm gonna use the washroom while we get.
While we're fucking stalling,
okay.
you know what? I'll have the argument. D4 not that shallow. The total number of Paragon nodes available on a given build is the same or higher than what is reachable with 123 passive points in PoE 2. Paragon nodes with glyphs is equivalent to the system of time lost jewels. I'm tired of saying this. Legendaries are actually as complicated, if not more, than some support pens. Let's have the argument. I don't think it's that systematically shallow. We're stalling. Let's do it. Let's have the argument.
Right.
Fuck it.
But then why do you quit it after like 1 week?
I don't even know.
Because I'm the literal best D4 speedrunner in the history.
Okay,
of the game.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everyone.
Next question.
I'm talking about everyone. I feel like people play that game for a week.
But saying that you
quit.
get through the content fast is different than saying that the systems available in the game are not that complex. You can say that the content is shallow. That's a completely valid
content
take.
is shallow.
But saying that the actual itemization systems in the game are not complex on the scale of what's available in ARPGs, like D2 is a much simpler skill system than exists in D4, and yet I don't hear people coming out of the woodwork to say D2R is excessively simple. D4 bad? Sure. D4 simple? No.
Fair enough. I'm gonna have to hop in and give it another try. This
is like the Futurama scene for me. I have no opinion one way or the other. I haven't even played Diablo 4, so I don't know. I will though, maybe on this next update now, due to the time now.
Do you want to team up? You want to team up and learn it together?
The thing is, I'm gonna try to get, like Crimson said, I need to try to get like a, what was it called? Like the
review key.
I
messaged a friend of mine asking to get in touch with a.
I'm
not gonna like $70 is a little bit too much for me.
Every time they've done announcements, there's who was the previous guy, Adam or something. He would always say like, if you're a content creator, there was a link, and then you would like link your YouTube and your Twitch, and if you're over a certain number, they just send you a key. I haven't. Well, I did buy D4, but then a week later, I got like the whole thing for free. So if we can find that, you might be able to get it for free. Or you could probably email them and be like, hey, I'm a part of Exile
Immediately
streamer.
someone in my chat is asking me how much I've paid for all my PoE 2 packs, and I'm not ready to disclose that information, sorry.
Hey, we don't need to talk about how much I've spent on Counter-Strike cases, okay? We don't need to talk about it.
Are you hooked on that shit?
I was for a while, yeah.
Dude.
Hey, I opened an M4, I opened an M-line bayonet Doppler.
Really?
So, we made some money.
What phase?
Oh, yeah.
Was?
Phase 4.
Gold?
I opened a fake Sapphire. It was beautiful.
What pattern was it? What pattern was it? 223 pattern, or what was it?
It was
Was it
actually...
the Dick pattern Huntsman?
No, it wasn't.
661?
It was not a 661 Scar pattern, AK.
Blue play side?
Flip it! Flip it! This is
And the time-
the anomaly pattern.
And the time I left, we went from D4 to Counter-Strike.
To Counter-Strike.
What happened, boys? What did I miss here?
You missed out a
How
lot.
do we get here?
But wait, hold up. The next race cooldown, we need to get you, Rabbit, into the post-race Counter-Strike pubs with me, Angormus, Alex, Lundberger. Oh my god. Every race season, dude, we've got to get you in those Counter-Strike pubs. And we've got to get the PoE 2 content creator Dota in-house going, because everybody plays Dota, man.
I am incredibly bad at Dota. Yes. Counter-Strike, you have to know, I used to be a semi-professional player in Counter-Strike, so...
Can you do me a favor, and can you just like load up and rinse my friend in some Wingman with me just to humble him? He's like 10K Premier and thinks he's the best player in the world, okay? He's not good.
I don't even know what 10K
10K
Premier is. I never installed CS2. I stopped
Pro players are like
What is it?
30K, and like top 10% players are like 18K.
But Premiere is the actual system in Counter-Strike, right?
It's
Unless
a
you're playing
ranking.
Faceit.
10K.
Unless you're
Premier's
playing
ranked.
Faceit. Unless you're
It
playing
used to be
Faceit.
like
Yeah.
global elite was like the top 1% or whatever, but they changed it to like an actual MMR like number system now.
Yeah. Does that even count? Isn't that riddled with cheaters?
It
and
is just
everything?
infested, dude. Apparently, like 20K plus is just cheater. 30K, like 90% of players are just cheating. Oh, it's so rough.
So, do we get an elo system in 0.5? You think leaderboards,
Oh,
maybe?
Leaderboards.
We have leaderboards.
We have leaderboards.
They're not in game though.
We got
Yeah, right.
leaderboards.
I'm considering hard pushing for some rank 1 SSF content in 0.5. I'm considering
Ooh.
really committing for it.
Get your name out there. You should go for it. But what
Delve MMR depth equals elo.
That's
Bold.
true. That's true.
Right.
What do you think that we are going to get another patch before Exile Con and 1.0? Or do you think that it's just going to be 0.5 1.0?
I got to put on my racer thinking hat for a
Yeah,
second.
you guys got your tinfoil hats off at the wrong time.
So this is you mean this is the world where it's a certainty that 1.0 is releasing in either late November or early December?
Yeah, because
You
we
mean in
got
that world.
we have Exile Con in November, right? Start of November. That's got to be the announcement of 1.0, right? And then they're doing this
I think
big
in that
Endgame
world
push.
we're getting this leak before 1.0. It seems like.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I have to say, and I floated this on the podcast as well. Yes, they haven't really done this before, but especially if they now know, first of all, 0.5 is going to be a huge update, first of all, but then also at the same time, there is still the possibility to go 0.51, 0.52, to at least breathe some life into the 0.5 overall again, right? So there might be some more updates, especially if it's leading into 1.0. There might be some additions there because we already kind of had it. Was it 0.21 or was it 0.31? I'm not sure.
I would
But
say
there's
to
definitely a
that
way-
point, we're probably not going to see those updates if the game is in a good state. So look at like 0.4, for example. Like regardless of the temple fiasco being its own separate thing, we didn't see a 0.4.1, and I think it's because the game was in a stable and good enough state that they are just basically holding everything they can to make 0.5 as big of a patch as they can be. And I think that if 0.5 launches stably and it keeps the game in a good state, we'll see based on all of the changes that they're proposing and all the additions. We don't know, but if the game is good, they probably will just save everything they can for 1.0 just to make the 1.0 like that much bigger. You know what I mean?
Bigger?
Whereas with 0.2 and 0.3, the game had a lot of issues. Like in 0.2, there was a ton of things that they added to the game just to make it better for people. And then in 0.3, I think towers were just such a prevalent issue for people as well that they decided, hey, we need to actually like give these folks the tower rework right now. Like we can't wait anymore. That's kind of my thoughts about it all.
So do you think what are the chances?
Question also is the question also is, does 2 6-month leak in a row
exactly
does that kill the hype a little bit for 1.0, or is that not an issue? Because I feel like
I don't think it's an issue really.
Yeah,
because people will not have played it for
in the
a
end,
long time.
it's kind of fine, right?
I think
depends on the level of communication in between. Like if they tell us in May and they go, yes, this is going to be a very extended league, and then they do
Where's Play smiling?
Not Freysia, but like we're gonna have an economy reset on a fresh balance patch, but no new content in August, right? Like if they do Freysia, not that thing, but like that style of thing where there's a new economy with a lighter content update, that's, you know, if they communicate it super far in advance, I could see it happening. You know what I mean? Like we added 10 new uniques and we added one minor league mechanic and enjoy.
Yeah, because how could they fit in another league, like another full league with PoE 1 as well? What? Because they're gonna have like what 6 months ish between 0.5 and then 1. ExileCon. So I get what would it be like 2 months. PoE 3.29 starts in like end of August, and then the next PoE 2 league starts end of October? Like it can't happen like that, right? Unless they just.
Do you guys think that if we get
compress.
Act 5 in the next patch, that's possible?
I
Or
think
do you think
so.
that for 1.0 they would drop both acts together as part of it?
I
Like
was
I feel like it can kind
wondering.
of go either way.
Literally, what do you do about the interludes if you
I know.
include Act 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suspect it makes
it's going to be
more
Act
sense
5 and 6 for
together.
1.0, I think.
Yeah.
Because Act 6 is supposed to be very short as well. It doesn't make sense that it's... And it would also be, I think, as like a marketing tool for 1.0, I think the remaining 2 acts, the finale of the lore and the conclusion of everything in Path of Exile 2, that makes much more sense as a marketing overhang than, oh, it's a Templar. You know?
Yeah, true.
Like classes, I think, always take the backseat over that kind of stuff. So I'm very sure it's going to be 1.0. I think the people predicting just Act 5 for 0.5 are just plain wrong. And I might be wrong. This might age badly, but that's my opinion.
I'd be surprised as well.
It's just wrong.
Because then also you're running into problems with the interludes and stuff, and it's meant to be like the big endgame update. So is there any real reason to add Act 5
Yeah,
now?
I would argue that Act 5, although it would sort of become problematic with regards to the interludes and the pacing and whatnot, I think it could make sense for being in 0.5, adjusting tinfoil hat appropriately because of all of the content that it would enable for the end game. I think it would actually like really just juice up that end game update, right? Like with Act 5, we would get presumably a bunch of new monsters, we get a bunch of new bosses, we get a bunch of new layouts. And so all of that content that they use for Act 5 directly translates right into endgame content as well, with a patch that's supposed to be reformatting and building up on the endgame. I think it actually could directly like support that with all of that extra like assets and stuff that they could have for it as well. So that's my like train of thought. I was always someone who was like, yo, Act 5 isn't coming right now. It's probably going to be in the next patch. But after seeing this teaser that we got, and we're kind of learning right now about the Ancients, about the Eternal Empire, I think it is actually a possibility, especially now that we have like 5 weeks still until it comes out.
You know, what are the odds that we do get a September league, which would then mean that 1.0 is a January league?
September.
And therefore, ExileCon, they announce 1.0, and then they have a 6-week run from ExileCon to a content reveal for 1.0, and then a 3-week run from that reveal to a 1.0 launch in mid to late January.
So this would be...
So we would get late May League, which is what we're getting.
Yeah.
Then you get mid to late September League, and then 1.0, and then, excuse me, so like you get a late September League, and then ExileCon is November, and then you get a 6 to 8 week run from ExileCon to a January 1.0.
Yeah, maybe. And then
what's fundamentally crazy about that? Like, why are we all so sure that we're only getting
because
one league between now?
PoE1, I think PoE1 slotting in between that, maybe, because you don't want to like step on the toes of the new PoE2 league. But yeah, so what? Late May, this league. Late August.
September next week. September would be 4 months.
Would it be late? Yeah, late. Oh, maybe
what
like
does the Mirage League countdown say right now on the client? It's 103 days, right?
Would it be like a late July PoE1 league and then late September? Yeah. Okay, that could work. That makes sense. Yeah.
And then you'd get what you'd get at ExileCon based on that schedule timing is you'd get a conventional league announcement for PoE1 because the PoE1 league would launch immediately after ExileCon. And then you'd have a longer marketing drum up from ExileCon to the PoE2 full release. So all that would happen is you'd get your early November ExileCon going straight into a 2-week run up for a PoE1 league launch in late November.
Oh,
see what I'm
right.
saying?
Okay, and then they launch
because you can do
a
conventional, like, to go through the full thing. You get late May PoE2, late July PoE1, late September PoE2, ExileCon early November, PoE1 late November, PoE2 January. And that gives you a longer run span. From ExileCon to do a full market push, like actual advertising spending to get 1.0 to land.
Maybe.
Someone just said in my chat that PoE2 does PoE2 database already say 1.0 is December 12th?
I want.
Or
I have to.
Can,
I have to
can
say
someone
this.
clarify in my chat?
I mean, they were
Is that
right
a thing? Because
about 0.5.
they did.
No,
Yeah, they were right because they were right about
it was
this
gonna
one.
be. They said it was going to be early June, and they also said
Oh,
that they had
okay.
no source.
Oh, okay.
They didn't he say in various Discord he said he didn't have a source or any privileged information.
Yeah, that's what they would say. Wait.
There we go.
Yeah.
What's the truth?
Rabbit, thank you, Rabbit. I was going to tell you to put the hat on.
Like, no source? Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah.
It's starting to connect. Yeah, but I don't know, because the argument there is, Crimson, the argument is always going to be December release, right? It's always going to be the argument.
It makes
Christmas
sense.
sales,
Financially.
December release.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Go for it.
That's most likely. That's not even like theory, tinfoil hat theories or whatever. That's just realistic video game market things and people in the background that say, okay, I mean, the game has been pretty successful already, and I feel like if we can release this early December, we can have like the most insane first 2 weeks of all time in this company. So that is definitely a driving factor, even though GGG is very clearly not completely always steered only by those interests, but that is definitely a big factor.
Yeah.
Because
it could also be like a late November. Could be late November or like 2 weeks after.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because
just please don't do like don't do it in the way where they on the stage at ExileCon they go like 1.0 and it releases right now. And
yeah. Oh
New
no!
Zealand, no, don't do it.
No, because they're going to have a LAN cafe set up at the venue. If 1.0 launches right then, you will be able to immediately walk straight out to it.
No, you're gonna run straight to the airport.
See?
You're like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. No,
it's still 30 hours. I would need to stay the next 2 weeks to play the whole league launch in that LAN cafe, and they're gonna have to throw me out.
All right, guys. What if ExileCon is just the announcement that PoE Mobile is actually getting released?
I'm so ready, dude. That's a real game I've been waiting for this whole time.
I mean, don't you guys have phones?
I'll invite this guy. I'll invite this guy.
Who's joining? Dude, my phone is still too shit to run Diablo Immortal on it. I don't know what the fuck phones Americans have. Like that thing was announced 5 years ago, and they're like, "Don't you have phones?" It's like, dude, it's 2026. I still can't play that. There's just some people who.
I downloaded Pokemon Go. I downloaded and started Pokemon Go on my phone, and it turned into like a heating brick for some reason. I don't like I don't think my phone is capable of.
Oh man. If you're not American, this joke is going to make no sense. But man, Pokemon Go to the Polls was the absolute best political meme of all time. That was fucking phenomenal content. Meme culture was unbelievable.
Maybe it's going to be Pokemon Go to Rayclast. We're going to introduce...
Dude, we already have Tame Beast, and we're going to have a Pokemon content collaboration for PoE 2 announced at ExileCon, and I can finally Tame Beast a Pikachu in Act 3.
Ooh. Did we even finish on that conversation? Because on the possible league mechanics conversation, because I'm not sure if we did. Which one do you guys think is the most likely league mechanic? Because I don't know if we even decided on one. Well,
it was Legion and Heist that have files, like, and Delve, of course, but yeah.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, most likely because someone also said it. I do think we're getting more teasers before the reveal, and I don't think the current teaser that we just gotten is like a league mechanic teaser. Would you agree?
Absolutely not.
That wasn't league mechanic or whatever. That was just the overarching, like, this is the thematical overarching overhanging thing of the league, right?
I mean, we're
wasn't
getting
really-
another teaser today.
Today?
There's a Diablo 4 campfire in 6 hours. They
Oh.
did the whole thing for the Game Awards to drop Disciple of Varashta at the exact same moment that Diablo 4
That
announced
was
Lord of
so
Hatred.
troll.
You think that we're not getting a 30-second teaser fucking immediately after the Diablo 4 expansion release campfire?
God.
Are you insane? Come on.
They got
GGG been
Ooh,
playing this game
that's
too long.
spicy.
We're getting another teaser today. We're getting
Today.
Are you kidding? There's no way they made all of us watch 5 hours of the Game Awards to then drop Disciple of Varashta during the show at the same time that Lord of Hatred was announced, for them to not drop a teaser after this campfire today. We're getting a teaser today.
They're gonna do it. It's just gonna be a picture
I
of
am
a
still
sword.
physically recovering.
You saw what from the
It's a
baseness of that?
Picture that. No, I'm still physically recovering from having to endure the Game Awards for 4 hours. That was like that was the worst
Dude,
thing I've ever experienced in my life.
What are you
And
talking
I
about?
broke
There are like
both
5
of my
games I saw
arms
at
at the same
Awards.
time once.
There were 5 games at the Game Awards that are in my content schedule now. I'm playing the Solasta 2 early access like Stalathon.
Oh yeah, I played. Oh yeah, I wanted to play High Guard. Can I? Oh, I can download that right now. Is that out? Is that game out right now? High Guard?
Yeah, High Guard.
I can
Yeah,
play
yeah,
that,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. We're doing it there.
What is High Guard?
Yeah,
High
I
Guard
do think that was
is Overwatch if you have infinite money and absolutely no sense for what gamers actually want to play.
Oh, okay, it's shut down. 12th of March. Okay, never mind. Right. It's one of
It got
those.
it survived like a.
High Guard was so throughout the entire lead up to the Game Awards, there was like a thrumming from the deep recesses of Twitter and Reddit of being like, Half-Life 3 is getting announced. We're getting Half-Life 3, Half-Life 3 finally, Half-Life 3 finally. And then they kept on teasing like insane stuff where they, like the Game Awards content team, whatever they were doing on Twitter, they had no idea what was going to happen because they were like, and the last reveal is going to be a game-changing title, a landmark in its genre. And everyone was like, Half-Life 3, we're getting Half-Life 3. It's going to be Half-Life 3. 3. Valve learned to count to 3. We're going to get Half-Life 3. Go to 3.
Shit. Yes.
And then High Guard, and then they throughout the whole event, they have like Miss Piggy and Kermit the Frog on stage going, oh, I can't wait to talk to the blah, blah, blah. And then the fucking director of the Game Awards keeps coming out and being like, I can't wait for the reveal at the end of the show, guys. It's going to be the best thing you've ever seen. And then it was High Guard.
Oh my god.
And then it was High Guard.
I've seen this.
Were like, are you kidding? Are you shitting me?
And it's shut down already?
I know. Yeah, and they didn't have enough money on launch to like sustain 6 months worth of development updates with low player interest until the game would actually be good.
You know what the craziest thing was about the Game Awards for me was the Divinity Original Sin.
Oh my
that
god,
was cool.
My
Oh
jaw
my
was on
God.
the ground, boys, when I saw that cinematic. I
Wait,
was like,
you
okay,
haven't
this
even
rivals.
played BG3, right?
I haven't, and I
Oh.
have no idea what this game is about. All I
You
know
have
is
no
that
idea how good of a
cinematic
video
was
game this is going to be.
that cinematic was fucking insane. That was
Let me put it
crazy.
this way: when DOS 2 came out, they were like a smaller company. They were not even a AA studio. They were a single A studio, and then that was a commercial success. And they got the partnership with Wizards of the Coast to use the D&D IP to make Baldur's Gate 3. And then Baldur's Gate 3 was the most critically acclaimed video game of all time and is still in the top 25 on the Steam charts right now with no new content in 2 years. They've got money now. And if they do anything close narratively to the strength of Baldur's Gate 3 in writing and character acting, but they have the good money to do the good graphics and the good engine, it's going to be the best video game in history.
I'm
So
so
is
ready.
Divinity like a really evil, fucked up, dark
Yes.
version of Baldur's Gate? Essentially, is that kind of what we're gathering here?
I mean,
The-
Baldur's
the
Gate's
world-
already.
Yeah. So the premise of Divinity is kind of like the premise of Exile and Diablo, for that matter, is that it's an extremely brutal world in which you are the light. And so it's a savior narrative, but it's
also called Life in Germany.
brutal. But
Oh, come on, man! It can't be that bad.
so it's going to be like, buckle up. It's going to be
I'm gonna
good.
be. Oh, I can't wait for that.
I mean, that came across in the trailer, dude. I haven't seen a trailer like that in, I don't think, my entire life, where I was just like, what is this?
Dude, oh man,
yeah.
it's gonna be so
Baldur's
good. It's
Gate,
gonna be so
you
good.
gotta give it a shot. Like I played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 so much growing up, even into my adulthood. And it's one of those games that's like so special that you see the sequel coming out like 20 years later, and you're just like, it's like I'll play it, but it's not gonna be that good. Like I'm sure it'll be all right, but it cannot live up to that level of hype. Like imagine like Diablo, okay, like Diablo 2.
Imagine if Diablo 3
imagine Diablo 3 came out and it was better than Diablo 2, and you were like, it's not possible. It's not possible, but it was.
You know, that would be like if Grinding Gear Games was the company that made Diablo 3.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
kind of did, though. I mean, if we're talking about time,
right?
we all wouldn't be. I mean, this could have happened in another timeline, of course, but hypothetically, if we're talking tinfoil hat shit, if Diablo 3 was actually good and grinding Gear Games made Path of Exile and it didn't get the traction it did because of the the dissatisfaction that people have with Diablo 3, we might not be sitting here talking about Path of Exile 2 right now, because the success of grinding Gear Games might have floundered in comparison to Blizzard at that point in time, right? And so I'm kind of happy that how it all turned out. I'm happy to be hanging out with you guys and chatting about PoE 2, because it could have been different,
That's why I got onto PoE, because when D3 came out, I was so hyped for it for so long. And it just eventually, like 2 weeks in, I was like, wait, this game's bad. And then I started looking around. I just looked everywhere. I started seeing murmurings of Path of Exile, and I remember looking at it and being like, this kind of looks shit, to be honest. But then I watched Crip streaming it. Someone gave me a key, and it's just like, oh, this is the game that I've been looking for. So
I remember being so hyped for D3, because I remember like literally they uploaded a website for Diablo 3 where there was concept art for the different classes available.
Oh yeah.
And I remember like looking at concept art for the monk with his like big necklace. I remember looking at like they had creature concept art for the desert biome where there were these scorpion enemies and they had all this. And I remember sitting there, I was like 15, and I was just scrolling through the concept art for hours. And I was like, this is the best thing ever. I was reading the player manual for Diablo 2 to like learn the lore. It was unbelievable. Yeah. Dude, if
I have this beside my
good,
desk.
if D3 had been good, man, what a circumstance.
I win.
I've got it out on my shelf too.
This will always trump, sir.
Yeah,
this will always trump your collectors.
I don't know where my box is. Where we go last, but I bought D.
I have that box. I have that box too, Rabbit, but I don't have it beside my desk, which is actually really bad. Makes me look really bad that I have D3 closer than D2. That's kind of fucked up. I'm sorry.
I gotta say, by the way, Rabbit, I caught your chat moderation a second ago, where you deleted that chatter message. Based, man. I don't know if anyone else is paying attention in the call, but Rabbit has some good chat moderation going on right now. That guy in my chat, that's a perma. Just so you know, try that shit in my chat.
Wait, are you streaming?
No. I saw.
Wait, what happened?
I
didn't even realize
a chatter blasphemed in Rabbit's chat, and Rabbit sniped them so fast. It was crazy.
What did they say? Say it in full.
They said D3 is better than D2. I can't believe like the words being in my mouth.
How dare you?
I don't even know how he saw it, because I sniped it in like a microsecond. So I don't even know how he saw that.
There should just be an auto setting for that. If that is a sentence that someone writes in your chat, that should just be automatically tagged and banned. Yeah.
I can't believe it. When I saw that chat moderation, I was
thank you for the resub. 1 year, Lolcohol. 1 year resub. Woo! I didn't realize you were streaming on resubs though.
We could have done the whole stream together thing and like confuse the algorithm.
Man, stream together right now. If Blaze and I went live, we could hit a combined like 1,000 viewers. It would be great.
Wait, are you also streaming?
I don't really know how many I contribute to that 1,000 people, but yeah.
Oh, we're dominating. We're in the top spots, Dead Rabbit. Do you want to?
Oh my god!
I think you guys have a combined like 70% of the viewership in the category right now. We are Path of Exile 2 at the moment.
We are. What do we have? We got 1,500. Yeah, we're a third. Good job.
I will say that I looked at the category analytics after GDQ, and there was, during the GDQ run, GDQ had 65,000 total viewers, and the category had 66,000 total viewers. So I temporarily had 98% of the category's total viewership.
People have been really excited to come back.
Someone
sorry,
also
go
in
ahead.
YouTube chat said there's this boomer obsession with D2 for some reason.
I mean,
I
It is a
honestly
boomer
think
game,
Hold
though.
up, hold up.
It's
I
a
have a
boomer
whole, I have a
game.
whole rant prepared on this. Let me educate. Let me lay down some knowledge for people. I want you to understand how successful Diablo 2 was a game. You have no idea. Think of any video game that was released 12 years ago. We're talking about 2014. Go ahead and look up any list of video games released in 2014. 12 years after its original commercial release in the United States, Diablo 2 was still a top 15 selling video game for new copies.
That's
Do you understand how
crazy.
insane that is? 12 years after release, it was still available in physical media distribution. You could go to Target in my suburban hometown and buy the Diablo 2 battle chest 12 years after the game came out. You think that this is an overestimation of how good the game was? 12 years later, people were still buying CD copies of it. What are you talking about? It was the best game. Like, you have no
that's awesome.
idea how good, how influential, how dominant Diablo 2 was in the space. You have no clue. If you're saying like Unk boomers think that Diablo 2 was the greatest thing ever and it doesn't age well, you have no concept. This would be like if there was a game, this would be like right now if The Witcher 3 were a top 10 game on Steam right now. Do you have any idea how crazy that is? If The Witcher 3 were a top 10, I don't mean a top 10 game by concurrent player base, a top 10 game by new copies sold.
It's
Do you
fucking
have any idea how
crazy
ridiculous
if you
that
think
would be?
about it.
That's,
Wow.
That's an
It is crazy.
unbelievable level of market dominance. You have no idea what you're talking about. If you're in chat being like, oh, the boomers are here to talk about how good Diablo 2 was, you have no idea. You have no idea how good it was.
I mean, here's the thing, though. As much as it is the GOAT and will always be the GOAT, I feel like the boomer topic is funny because there are people right now who are being born into a world where they've never played this game. And if you hop into Diablo 2 right now, all of the things that you've just said are completely valid and understandable, but you can't beat around the bush. It does feel dated as fuck compared to PoE 2.
So does if you read the original printed copy of first edition Lord of the Rings. That doesn't mean that Lord of the Rings is a bad novel because you've been Gen Z brain rotted into not being able to sit down and read the whole thing.
my
God damn it! I'm so tired of this shit. What are you
Like, if
talking
you play
about?
Diablo
It
2
was
right
Lord
now-
of the Rings level influential over dark fantasy video games. You have no idea. Like, I'm so tired of this. You had like just sit down, nephew. You have no idea. You have no idea.
I need to
Holy
turn it
shit.
down a little bit.
I get the
I'm worked up.
I get the argument though. Like, trust me, Diablo 2 has been my favorite game forever until recently. But I hopped back into it during the Warlock expansion, and I was just like, man, I think I prefer PoE 2 now, which is crazy to say, but I just have more fun on the moment to moment. And it might be because I've done the whole Diablo 2 thing for 25 years. Like, it's just, you know.
Maybe.
Right.
First off, I just want to let you guys know that was a bit performative on purpose, but also look at the chat engagement in both of your Twitch chats right now.
There we
The
go.
content
He's
I'm
farming.
creating for you guys right now. The check better be in the mail. I'm going to see your chat analytics. There's a giant spike every time I hot take. It's going to be great.
I'll send you the 3 cents that we made during that
Professional
segment.
content creator right here, boys. You're welcome.
Damn.
It's an interesting debate though, because like, yeah, I feel like, you know, I think even Miso experienced this, right? When Miso played, he didn't play Diablo 2 until like the Warlock expansion came out. And I honestly thought that when he was playing with you guys, I think he was playing with you, Rabbit, and Lolcohol and stuff like that. I was like, damn, this is a shame that his first time playing this game, which is such a beautiful piece of art, is being basically like rushed through the game and these like blasters, like you guys and Guitar Hall. I was like, man, this guy just needs to like play this shit off stream and just like take his time and experience the game. Like, I feel like that type of experience, which is very much like a min-maxy attitude, which we all have with video games right now, kind of can ruin a first playthrough for sure.
Someone in chat asked, does Crimson still go to Blockbuster and get his movies there instead of Netflix? It was a better experience. Blockbuster was more fun. It created a sentiment of excitement. It was an occasion to watch a movie. It made your day. You were so excited to go and see what was available in the VHSs with your family. You have no idea what they took from us. You have
I
no
miss
idea what they
Blockbuster
took
too.
from us.
Yep.
I was allowed one game a week. It was a very special time when we went to Blockbuster.
I used to get Netflix in the mail. It was DVDs in the mail.
Even that was advanced. That was like crazy when you used to get it in the mail. But there's so much stuff like that these days where it's just like the social aspects being like sucked out of it. Like going to like pick out a movie. That was so much fun. And like having an argument with your sibling in the store, like, I want to watch this one, I want to watch this one. Or like the one time, I think, okay, the nicest thing my dad ever did for me, and I'll never forget, like when I was 7, every time we went to the video store to like get something, I really wanted to watch this movie called The Brave Little Toaster. And my mom...
Oh, what a movie!
Dude, well, I did, but hold on, wait. So every time I wanted to see it, my mom and brother were just like, "This is stupid. Like The Brave Little Toaster. Like it's dumb. Why would you ever watch that?" And for like months, every time we went, I wanted to get The Brave Little Toaster. My mom would always just be like, "No, no, no. You're too intelligent for that." And then one day, my dad came home early from work, and he brought me a movie. And it was The Brave Little Toaster. And I was like, how did you know?
Sorry, I'm laughing at
How
Rabbit's
did you know
screen,
that you
Robert.
wanted to watch this? And he was just like, I don't know. I just saw it on the shelf and I thought you'd like it. And I was like, that was the nicest thing my dad ever did. But
well, this is a huge part of that era.
You don't get that
I
experience
it's
anymore.
Yeah, the availability of something. We're so used to now just having everything available all the time, no matter what. Whereas back in the day, if you went to Blockbuster and sometimes you wanted to get that game that you've been looking forward to, or that movie, and just sometimes it just wasn't there, and you were shit out of luck, and you had to go back next week, right?
Or some other kid booked it out before you. Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, real quick. Quick, I just read the best. This is my comment of the day. It's in YouTube chat, so you probably didn't see it. Comment of the day for me: Crimson Quixote tilting at windmills over here. that is the best. That is my comment of the day.
Listen. I think that
Perfect.
rage bait is an art, and the on-stream crash out is a
People love
traditional form of theater art. And I'm down to be, if someone's in good faith, really trying to prompt good stuff, I'm down for it. I don't mind.
Oh, I get rage baited all the time, and I'm
to level up to like a slightly more philosophical level. Part of the reason that like these video games from the 90s and early 2000s feel so different in terms of their influence on culture than modern video games do is because online distribution, and for that matter online content creation, has made like there's not as much of a centralized culture. Like people talk, like someone in chat mentioned Halo. Well, yeah, Halo, if it came out now, it could be the best shooter, but it has to compete with 500 indie shooters, and it would never create the centralizing moment of culture. So part of the reason that like Diablo 2 and other games like Halo and the Nintendo franchises games in Mario and Zelda is because the market was so much narrower and the amount of distribution centered on fewer titles, and so there was just more of a shared experience. Like, I grew up in the prime of early gen Pokemon, like generations 1 through 4. And so the playground experience of every single kid playing the same 2 video games, Pokemon Red and Blue, and then you being able to trade with your friends, now that we're in this more fractured media landscape, as someone who benefits from it, like being streamers who have monetized streams where like the concept of a micro celebrity exists, yeah, no one is ever going to be as famous as Michael Jackson again, and there are never going to be video games that are as centralizing to the culture and market as Pokemon Red and Halo 1 and Diablo 2. Like, that era is never coming back, but that also means that we now have beautiful indie titles that exist that never would have been able to find distribution in that era. So there's a loss of culture and shared experience there that we're all like old man yelling at cloud about. But there's also just like a beautiful depth of market now for indie titles. And I love indie titles as well. I'm just also sad that like I remember being in my aunt and uncle's basement with my college-aged cousins when I was 10, and I wasn't allowed to play Diablo 2 because it was mature rated. But like seeing it then and that level of moment, that framing for video game experience is never coming back. It's just never coming back.
Unless Half-Life 3 eventually comes out. We might get a taste of that again. But you're right. I remember like, man,
GTA 6 is going to be the closest we're getting.
Maybe, yeah, GTA 6. But like in South Africa, no one. I knew one of my friends had a Game Boy. Like I always hear Americans talking about like, oh yeah, we were all playing with our Game Boys. Like, dude, no one here had a fucking Game Boy. But what I did have was an emulator in like 2001 or something like that. I got an emulated copy of Pokemon, and I so I decided to put on like, what do you guys call them? We call them stiffy discs, like the 3.5-inch stiffies. I know this is a South African thing. We have stiffy discs and floppy discs, like the big ones with the floppies and the small ones with the stiffies. I only realized
Okay.
this.
Both of those in American English, both of those are called floppies.
Yeah, I only
They're just
learned this
called
like a
66 and
year
39.
ago. I learned this a year ago. I was like, oh yeah, I like put this on a stiffy disk, and everyone was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, one's called a floppy and one's called a stiffy.
Yeah,
Which one
because
is it,
the
guys?
floppy one was the
No,
floppy.
I mean, I don't
There's
know
no
about
way
you.
you
The
just
fact that
said
the smaller
3.5
one is the
inch
stiff
stiffy.
one is a little bit unusual for me. It doesn't tend to work that way.
That's
for
what we
me.
called it. It was
But
the
I
way
don't
you
know.
just said
It was
that.
I don't know what kind of
3.5
setup you got going on over there for South African people, but
Look,
like
I
for
was
me,
10.
generally the smaller one is not the stiff one. Okay?
No, well, I had a 3.5 inch stiffy when I was 10, so I would take them to school, and I would try and sell them. This is getting
You were selling your 3-inch stiffy at school. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god, the stream is getting demonetized, boys. We can't upload the app session
That's
to
what
YouTube. Oh no.
I'm sorry, but this is the truth. I got in big trouble. I got in big trouble because I was selling pirated copies of Pokemon to other kids for like so much money. No, not even so much money, but it was enough for like 2 hot dogs. Oh, I mean, that's how he did it though. But everyone was playing it, and then like once you were in and you got your stiffy with it on, then
Once you were in with your stiffy is
I don't know how to
crazy.
talk about
Okay, we're
it.
stopping now.
That's what we called it though. You can Google it. Stiffy disc. It's a.
This is one of these stories of all time, and I love it.
It's just giving me floppy.
Yeah. Look,
It's just giving me floppy disks.
it was termed
Yeah.
as stiffy in South Africa to differentiate between the physically flexible 5.25 inch floppy. It's like a reverse grower. Anyway, let's move on. I'll let you guys.
See, when I was saying that the YouTube algorithm, people were putting out weirder and weirder YouTube videos about PoE 2, and I
Yeah,
wondered where it
here
would
we
go.
are.
This is not where I
Yeah,
expected.
this is what happens. This is what happens if we have a 6-month league GGG.
Yeah,
This is what happens.
talking about-
Lolcohol starts talking about his stiffy. Okay, can we please go back to the 4-month cycle so we don't have 2 months of Lolcohol talking about this stuff?
Selling it
Please,
to other children.
please, for the love of God. I need
Dude,
to be
the
safe. I
YouTube
need to be
shorts
safe from
farming
this.
that you guys could do right now, it would poison your Twitch chat culture forever.
Oh,
But you
no.
would get views. You would get views.
True. Maybe we should do it. Someone clip it.
Hello, Exiled again.
how
And
is there
today
all-
we're talking about Lolcohol's stiffy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll see how this month goes. I might need to
were we on
release
the
it.
actual? Where were we on the actual?
We were talking about the most likely possible league mechanics before we got off.
Yes,
track.
right.
Oh,
Right?
yeah. I want to get a drink. You guys
So-
keep going.
We're most likely gonna get that as a teaser very soon, right? The league mechanic, and people are gonna get another 3 videos out of that to analyze the 10-second, because it's most likely not gonna be a teaser where they just outright say what the league mechanic is. It's gonna be some cryptic shit again, and then
The closest we got, so if we think about what we got for 0.3, we got that Twitter image of like green runes on gray stone, and that was like the teaser that it was going to be Abyss. What was the other thing that people thought it was, if not Abyss, when we saw that? There were 2 that people talked about. One was Abyss and the other one was what?
I don't remember. I gotta look this up.
You remember what I'm talking about? There was a teaser where there was like, I'll find the image. 1 second. I gotta scroll back in the Twitter now.
Harbinger. Was it Harbinger? Legion?
Oh,
Delve?
right.
Harbinger.
The first thing was those runes that people broke down. Yes, I remember.
And
this
people
now.
started
Wow.
trying to
Yeah.
translate them like,
Yeah.
The
That was
first-
actually a really great teaser. Like, GG.
because that
props to
one
GG
like
for that
very
one.
much invited the like try to decode it.
Yeah, it was just it was great. I don't remember the other one though. What was the other one?
There was some Abyss was the most common theory. I remember I was a baby PoE2 content creator before 0.3, and I remember watching, I think it was Barricade's stream, where 80% of the audience was convinced it was Abyss, and the other 20% thought that it might be Delve, maybe?
Oh my god, Shyster saying that Lolcohol needs to have his own passive tree node that's just called Stiffy or something Stiffy on the passive tree.
Someone in my chat earlier said there is already a Lolcohol node because there's a notable that's called Heavy Drinker. So
Oh,
True,
that's a good one.
true.
there already is one.
Yeah.
Oh no, someone clipped.
Oh no, we're getting clipped, boys.
Please no. Honestly, like I am always so bad at these I'm always so bad at these things. I'm so bad at speculating. Like I said, I'm always like I never did any of those videos where I go over what might come. I don't know. I don't know. I'm super bad about that. And I don't want to kind of do that type of content, but I think it's kind of fun to like speculate on a stream setting like this. But at this point I honestly don't know anymore. And if I'm honestly kind of happy about that, because if I would now be, just personally for me, if I would now be, oh, I'm 90% sure it's Legion, I'm like setting specific expectations that in the end, most likely on the reveal stream, no matter what your expectations are, they're probably gonna get met or most likely surpassed. Seeing the past we had with all the reveal streams, most likely they are gonna get surpassed because GGG is really good at that. But I don't want to set myself up for like any sort of, if I'm a big Blight fan, I love Blight. So if I'm like now for myself saying, oh, surely it's coming, it's Blight, everything else comparatively would disappoint me a little bit, and I think that's a bad thing to have in your brain. You should always be able to set your expectations on a logical level so you don't get disappointed all the time. That's a good.
It's hard to do that with
tip for
GGG though,
life.
because they always deliver crazy shit. So it's
Yeah.
just like they kind of do it to themselves a little bit. Where it's like when I started playing this game, I was sort of like not like I was like programmed to expect certain levels of things throughout its development from other previous games. I don't want to name any developers per se, but then you get introduced to the way that GGG does things, and you're like, wait, like they're gonna do all of this like in one thing. And so after you experience that over and over again, it kind of becomes really difficult to like tailor your expectations. You know what I mean? Like they're masters of what they do. They really
Yeah,
are.
like if you think about what actually came in 0.3, people were upset that Druid wasn't included, but we got all of Abyss, all of Act 4, Rogue Exiles, and like 3 other endgame systems.
Mm-hmm.
Asynchronous trade, sprinting, like it was
Exactly.
just
Yeah,
disgusting.
it was like
yeah,
the people thought that was a letdown, and I was like,
yeah,
huh?
Yeah.
Like, we got
yeah.
So
I'm still
that's
having a
always
hard
what
time
happens.
understanding how they can do everything in one league. Like I think 0.3 is a perfect example of like there was so much in that league, and it was like just one of the many leagues that we're gonna get.
if 0.5 has the level of meta shift that 0.3 had, and a new class, dear God.
I think it's going to be big, man. I think it's going to be. I'm really hoping it's a turning point, especially for the kind of like jaded PoE 1 players. Although at the same time, I'm kind of hoping that they don't come because they are. There's such a big difference between the PoE 1 and PoE 2 community. It's jarring, especially at league sites when you get to PoE 1 league sites are like really stressful, and like you got to try and make this great build, and then it gets shit on. It doesn't matter what you make. PoE 2. You put out your like cool little wolf build, and people are like, "Oh, thank you. This is so cool. I'm having so much fun." Oh man.
Do you think that we're gonna get to that level of PoE 1 toxicity?
I've got a whole topic of conversation on that though that I think is like while we're in Stalathon. How much of people not caring whether or not your build is hyper optimal in PoE 2 is caused by endgame pinnacles being achievable with any random piece of newspaper in your hand?
Probably that.
Like,
probably that.
100%.
And also,
100%.
If the ultimate pinnacles of PoE 1 require a ton more pushing, of course people care whether or not your build can kill pinnacles. But if I can kill pinnacles with a fly swatter in PoE 2, then I get to pick whatever I want based on the playstyle I want, based on my preferred method and pace of whatever, based on whether I want combos or melee or ranged, and it's so much more. And to a certain extent, Jonathan Rogers is right to say, like, we're worried about build diversity surviving if we do that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't like that answer, but to what extent in, future patch 0.67 do we have people worrying about, well, Lolcohol published a build, but it has 10% less DPS than Blaze's build, so I have to play Blaze's build because otherwise I won't be able to kill Uber Arbiter.
Yeah,
like,
it'll get to that
like-
point. It'll get to that. I think,
And that's why I think that's why PoE 1 is so special, is because I mean, yes, obviously Uber Pinnacle bossing is sort of like the upper echelon of what a build can do, right? Like there's not really more harder or more difficult content aside from Delve. But even in that conversation, you have two potentially very different types of ways to build your character just to be able to do Uber Pinnacle bosses or to go super deep in the mines. And that's just like two things you can do in PoE 1 that require completely different like ways to scale your character. Of course, you can kind of approach those two pieces of content with a similar build, but once we see more content in PoE 2 that requires different like play styles or builds and stuff like that, it's not going to matter as much. But I do think what you're saying, Crimson, is an absolute great point where like the difficulty curve right now means that basically you can do whatever you want and reach the upper echelon, right?
It'll get there. It'll get there. And also, like, the skill ceiling of the average player is way lower than it is in PoE 1. And like you say, the expectations with the removal of tier 17s, especially in PoE 1, like it's really good for diversity, but it does lower the ceiling of what you need a build to do, which I mean you could argue is a good thing. It's probably a good thing for the majority of players, but it's, I don't know, something happened, something changed a few years ago in PoE 1 where the vibes just shifted from, you know, like content creators like, yeah, you guys probably won't even remember them, but a lot of the most popular content creators were like very positive, excited, experimental with their builds, and then it changed into this like hyper optimized thing. I think it had something to do with the balance. Like balance in PoE 1 used to be drastic. Every single league, like the meta would be flipped on its head, and no one really knew what was best. And then they became more timid with their balancing, and then it became this much more optimized thing. So hopefully, I'm hoping that this next patch, like you say, it's just meta's gonna get flipped. Everything's gonna be crazy and different, and then on top of it, a new class, and then you can just like have fun, man. You don't have to sit in PoB to like make sure that you get that exact perfect optimization.
Dude, I want the leveling meta to be obliterated because
Yeah.
ExileCon qualifiers, when no one knows what's good.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Like,
I hope that happens as well. I'm sick of playing the same shit. I love grenades, but goddamn, they're strong.
dude, what if they wake up and someone at GGG is in a hostile mood and they just delete grenades, essence drain, and shield wall? Like,
I don't know how grenades have survived, man. They've been
lightning
so
arrow's
strong.
still there then, but yeah.
True.
Yeah.
No, but like lightning arrow, lightning rod is so much harder to boss on than any of the three that I like. It's crazy difficult.
Yeah, grenades
in
are
comparison. And what if they double boss HP? Man, that would be great.
That'd be huge. That would be huge.
How do
we could play Ruth Core hard solo self found less? It would be beautiful.
There you go. The dream of like 3 people.
But I just remember, like, am I misremembering? But there was like a picture they posted, right, or the thumbnail or something on the video for the Path of Exile official Path of Exile channel for the trailer. Let me pull it up if that's actually the right one. Oh yeah, the thumbnail is just like the new Endgame, right?
The new Endgame,
right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think this might be once again. This is like. Tinfoil hat once again. This is like reading into the words a little bit much, but that they choose to pick that as like the thumbnail text for that teaser is, I think, a pretty good indication of what we're about to see in 0.5. That it is actually going to be like not just we're fixing the end game or we're giving you more stuff to do in the end game, but it's actually a new end game. Who was it that says, like, what was the another universe thing? Was that Mark or something? So
that was Mark, yeah.
Yeah. I think expectations are deservedly pretty high.
Another whoa.
And
okay.
I'm gonna be excited
Path of Exile
to see
Infinity War, Path of Exile Endgame.
Oh yeah.
Multiverses.
Amazing. And then you can go up and down.
Mark saw 14,605 possible endgames, and this was the only one where the player base was happy.
They'll never be happy. GG needs to start like with their supporter packs. They need to give a free month of like better help or something. It's just there's a lot of people who like mirror their personal issues onto this game. They're never gonna be happy. They're never gonna be happy. You could make the perfect game, they'll still not be happy.
I feel like they that's true, but at the same time, like, did anybody have any issues with Mirage's endgame? Like, I have been looking at and listening and watching content about Mirage since it came out, and I feel like no one had anything bad to say about it. It was just like everyone was like, generally W. Okay. What was your take?
My take was that it was fine, but basically what they've been doing for the last few leagues is they've been stripping back with scarab strategies, removal of like tier 17s. Basically, the game is a lot smaller and the ceiling's a lot lower. There's no incentive to make a 10 mirror build like there was 2 leagues ago. I was speaking with Cyclone yesterday, and I said Mirage is a good league. They've massively improved like the floor of the game, but the way people talk about it, I think it's the most overrated league that has ever existed in PoE. It is like
that's a hot take. I feel like
fine, but Settlers League was markedly better, way better. So, but that depends on what kind of player you are. If you're someone who wants to like test out a whole lot of strategies, 3.26 was way better. But this league, like the game just felt way easier. Mirage added a few interesting things, but overall, like I got bored of it surprisingly quick. So yeah, I agree with you though.
Now, was that because of the Endgame rework and the league mechanic, or is it just because of everything else?
It's basically like the Mirage mechanic was new, and there was no like other new Endgame stuff. Really, basically, it was just like the same as a few leagues back, with like some new stuff, but still less stuff than we had 2 leagues ago. So. I wasn't
What is this text, by the way? Someone. Oh, sorry. You weren't done. Are you? I thought you said you weren't done with your point. Sorry. I just saw like someone posting a text. I think that's like a giant fortress spanning continents has appeared in Wake. Is that something that was posted somewhere? Where is that from?
Are people
Maybe
getting
someone wants to. A giant That's like apparently that's a new text on the Path of Exile Twitch channel. A giant fortress spanning continents has appeared in Wake class containing.
Where does it say that?
Oh, okay. Containing mysteries and incredible challenges. Discover what lies beyond its walls in the full content reveal.
Wait, so what they're saying is the end game is now not infinite; it's contained within a giant fortress.
Attack on Titan League. Attack on Titan League. Attack on Titan League. Attack on Titan League. I'm just saying.
Oh, that was a press release. Okay.
Maybe all of our layouts are now inside of this fortress, and we have to explore through this fog of war, and we use maps to kind of traverse through this fortress. You know, what do you guys think?
Rabbit, I'm trying so hard to not settle the map layout discussion in your Twitch chat right now, but I may need to go off track.
That's gonna be hard.
They're talking about the thing I know about, boys. They're talking about map layouts.
Well, we can do it. What was someone also said? What was your point?
Lolcohol, before we move on, I just want to say I think I'm fascinated with this particular topic, and I would love to talk to you more about this. Maybe offstream, because I know that we're very much talking about PoE 2 right now. But I think you're the first person I've heard say that Mirage was mid, and so I'm just like I'm genuinely curious to hear more about that.
I would say it's like 7 out of 10. So it was a good league,
but overrated though. Yeah,
I would say like for the kind of player I am, it felt overrated, and I was surprised to see how many people thought it was like people saying it's the best league ever. For the majority of people, I think it was phenomenal. Like basically the floor got lifted up, like base ground loot was massively improved, but the ceiling is still lower than it was previously. So for a player like me that really wants to like push a build or do like crazy hard content, that felt like it was missing. So yeah, I know that is an unpopular opinion, especially probably with most people watching, because they like the game is just better. It's more fun. Like I can achieve more by spending the same amount of time that I did previously. But if you're a streamer, then it's just like I feel like there's less to do. But the base of the game, all they need to do to fix it, though, I would say, is just reintroduce some interesting scarabs. Like stop stripping back without adding stuff in. That's it. And the game will be like, the game will be insanely good. It's just that I don't know why there were fun strategies in 3.26 and they just keep taking them out and then not replacing them. And I'm meant to be like excited about that. Yeah. So
now that makes sense. I feel like for someone like me, Mirage was like goated because it made the end game easier to understand.
Exactly.
And it just felt like any farm that you wanted to do was just enhanced by the Mirage mechanic essentially. And it made like kind of these new strategies that like changed the way like you look at particular layouts and stuff, which I thought was really cool. But I can definitely see from your perspective, like there were probably a lot of things that were just like toned down or readjusted to make this work, and yeah, maybe it just took some of your favorite things. I don't know.
I mean, it's still a great PoE league. It's just like it didn't like hit that same thing that it seemed to hit for a lot of people. For me, yeah.
Interesting.
I'm gonna get us back on the wildly speculating about PoE 2 because
okay.
I
Yeah,
just
someone
like
in chat
just
wanted us
because
to
I
talk
think
about
that is
something.
I think this is actually pretty interesting with the press text that we got in here with the giant fortress spanning continents containing mysteries and incredible challenges. That's all already like giving us the intro into this might be like a I don't know if you want to call it a tiering system or whatever, but like increasing challenges or whatever. And then there's also this text uncover each chapter of Return of the Ancients content update. Each chapter I don't know.
Westline?
Like we have they
Ooh.
are tinfoil hats on. Like
So
it is on right now. So this kind of points to like more challenging, maybe scaling content in whatever it may be on the
this
Atlas.
is
Maybe that
this is such an I'm an endgame noob question. Is it possible right now, if I boot up a trade league character on a fresh league thought, and I get all the way to maps, and then I don't defeat basic arbiter, and I trade for the fancy crisis fragments, can I skip directly to uber arbiter without ever confronting basic arbiter?
I think you have to.
I don't think. Yeah, you
right?
can, right?
No, I think you have to do basic.
I'm pretty.
Oh, you can. Oh
No, you can just buy
Oh,
the
you can.
just buy the
Fancy.
Uber fragments. You
Oh,
can
okay.
Okay,
absolutely yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm not sure if you get the like someone in chat can correct me. I'm not or like can enlighten me. I'm not sure because I never did it. Do you get the quest though if you do Uber Arbiter without?
Ooh, see, because my point
Do you
is,
get the quest progress?
if there are chapters to the end game, then what if that means that like right now we have tiered end game bosses, and Mark, I think it was, has said that for Abyss specifically, there are several abyssal bosses that didn't make it to live in 0.3, but that would fit in the mid-tier progression before you get to Hulamak, is it? And so what if we like what if now each league mechanic is getting those mid-tier bosses and you actually don't get to Zesht until you defeat the other ones, and you don't get to Arbiter until you defeat the other thing, and there is more of that, not necessarily narrative, but like the progression is tiered, and that way it's chaptered for each league mechanic's pinnacle progression.
Oh, I would love that.
I would also love this.
One of the biggest talking points I always had on the podcast when it came to like my personal wishes for what PoE 2 needs is just like bossing content. I don't even when we were talking earlier about that when you said about the more challenging content and how does it actually impact the end game play when all the pinnacle bosses are just pushovers or whatever. I don't even need bosses to be like crucial to it. I don't even need a certain challenge boss to be crucial to my itemization or whatever. I just want to do it for the challenge, and even if it's just like a little bit of a little achievement or whatever that you killed this specific Uber boss, I am longing for that. So if the implication or the indication here is like some sort of tiering system that it keeps going up or whatever, and you keep fighting these more strong bosses, or even have like Uber challenge bosses or whatever that just in the end will be like, oh, this guy defeated this boss at day X into the league or whatever. I would love that. That is amazing to me. I don't even think it needs to be like, because people will always complain when every time I made this point on the podcast that I really want more challenging boss fights. Every single time the counterpoint in the comments was, yeah, but what about the dad gamers, right? What about the people that want to engage in that content, but the content is too hard for them and they don't want to do it? If it's like if it's like a more challenge thing where you don't, because people are always will always say, but I want item X, and if you only can get item X by doing Y, this is unfair to me because I can't do that. So I hate that point personally, but I understand it at least. I just want more challenging bosses, and that would
GGG.
just be my lifeblood.
GGG, if you are listening, even though it's the completely wrong time of day in New Zealand for you to be listening, if there's a new super ultra pinnacle endgame thing, I will shoutcast it for free. Please actually have someone stream Race to World First, Hardcore SSF, Pinnacle, whatever it is. I would love the hype of the new Pinnacle boss. Whoever reaches it first in SSF or Hardcore SSF, I want that content.
That'd be cool.
Please make that an event.
Yeah, and if
Also,
that's a
gauntlets.
thing, we don't even need that. We would just need like, you know, that would be amazing, of course, but it would just be cool in SSF or HCSSF if we got notifications like in races that players are attempting, killed, or were killed by that particular pinnacle boss. Like we need that shit in the game. That shit is so cool.
First
Like in
on
PoE1.
ladder Zesht kill, first on ladder Arbiter kill, my boy.
Yeah, it's gonna be big.
Dude,
Yeah.
bossing leaderboards? Bossing leaderboards?
What, with like a timer? Who is the fastest?
No,
Uber
first
Arbiter
one.
kill? First one to do it?
First one in XYZ League to kill Uber Arbiter. First one in XYZ League to kill Zesht. First one, etc., etc.
And then there's like a little plinth at the start of the fight, and you click it, and it's like 3.27.
Get an MTX for get a breach themed hat for being the first person to kill Zesht on League Start.
A breach themed gold rim, dude. I'm sending it
Purple
immediately.
gold rim, breach rim.
Purple gold rim.
He took off the tinfoil hat and like stuff was just flowing out of it. Maybe the tinfoil hat is inhabiting
the tinfoil
his.
Hat was the satellites. They're beaming the waves straight into my head.
No, I honestly think with the thing that they are saying, this is not just the this is not just the improved endgame or the fixed endgame or whatever, but the revamped endgame, or like they put in the thumbnail, the actual new endgame. I think the implication could be that there's actually now so much more on the top end to do with these with this text saying like this like walls and more challenging
chapters.
I already forgot more challenging chapters or whatever. I think that could be so cool, and I think the Infinite Atlas could perfectly fit into that. That you start on the Infinite Atlas and you discover and everything, and then you find these zones, and you're still in like T5 maps or whatever, but there you see like a zone that you can't even consider to do right now, and then it's like, oh my god, and then maybe like 2 days later you're gonna go to that zone and be like, okay, I'm gonna try now, and then but then you discover the next zone and it's like even crazier. And I think that could be so cool, because right now I think the Infinite Atlas is such a cool concept, but it just doesn't work in the current endgame right now because it just feels so empty, because we're basically just going there's corrupted zones and then there's citadels, and everything we do in the maps is basically just like, yeah, I'm just trying to get to that next zone where I actually want to do the content that I really want to do. I want to get a Rakiata's Flow in that section, or I want to do the Citadel boss so I can do Arbiter at one point, or I just want to go to the corrupted zone to cleanse it, to then farm the cleanse zone or whatever. But yeah, if we get some sort of actual life into that Infinite Atlas, that every single zone has like a special thing to it, or it's this zone and then this is the zone, I think that has such an opportunity to be incredibly cool in PoE2. And then
it makes me think of a different game. So there's a game that I've been playing with my partner off stream called Core Keeper, which is an amazing game. If you guys are fans of survival crafting and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of a mixture of like Terraria and Minecraft. But in this game, they have these giant walls essentially that surround your initial area where you start. Basically, you start in an area, there's a huge wall, and you're sort of in this zone, and you have to complete the challenges before the wall gets lowered down, and you can move on to the next area. So in the first area of Core Keeper, there's 3 like pinnacle bosses or core bosses that you have to defeat, and then after you defeat those, the wall comes down and it opens your progression up into like future zones, and then these are kind of gated by more metaphorical walls, I'll say, but this wall system exists where it sort of puts a barrier on your progression until you've completed the whatever it needs to be completed, essentially. And based on the tinfoil hat theory that we're going around, these could very well be the chapters that we're looking at here, where like within a specific area of the Infinite Atlas, it's actually walled off, or there's some sort of constraint on you actually progressing until you've completed whatever it needs to be. Maybe it's a certain amount of map layouts or a certain amount of pinnacle bosses. And then as you progress further out, the walls come down, and that's where you can start finding your citadels and completing Arbiter of Ash quest line and stuff like that. So could be interesting that way.
I like that idea. I also think that there's some weight to that given how open GGG, especially at the game director level, has been about the influence of other games on their design. Where they said before 0.1, they were like, we looked to fighting games because fighting games have the most responsive controls for your character. We looked to implement boss combat from Souls-likes because Souls-likes have the most praised boss combat of RPGs. And we've looked at this and that. We looked at FPSs when we designed shotgun-like skills for the crossbow. And then Temple was similar to influence from Loop Hero. So I think that GGG has been, to their credit, like this is praise. They've been very clear that like we do look to other games to take influence on core design concepts and try to iterate on them in the way that we can. And so it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and that's kind
GGG...
of they've been doing that and openly doing that, and that's sort of helped inspire the design of Path of Exile too. Like you mentioned previously before I joined the call about the conversation with Chris Wilson and Thomas about their visions, right? And their
Yep.
basically Thomas asked Chris Wilson about the design philosophy of Path of Exile 2, and Chris Wilson openly said that Jonathan was very inspired by Elden Ring, and that's kind of what helped basically create sort of the combat system and style that we have in PoE 2, which is interesting. And I think that just happens in game design a lot right now, where it's like everyone's sort of influencing each other when it comes to like, not taking things, but becoming inspired by design aspects and like implementing them in a new and fresh and unique way. So yeah, it's cool.
Sorry, I just got stun locked by a great comment in Rabbit's chat. They looked at GTA 6 for their release timeline.
Oh, that's so good. I mean, it's not that bad, but nice.
I mean, even to expand on that point, Crimson, like even with regards to what Chris Wilson was saying in that conversation, they looked at other games like Tower Defense when they were coming up with Blight, right? They were just like, yeah, we want to like implement this other thing into our game. So it's very possible that they're actively looking at other things that are successful in other games and just seeing how can we interpret this, right? Or how can we make this work in PoE?
I wonder to what extent. So for pretty obvious reasons, given their heritage, Diablo 4 and PoE2 share a lot of core design, even for games in the same genre. And Diablo 4 has a progression mechanic that I think is poorly interested, but is an interesting idea. So I think like their implementation super bad. But in Diablo 4, if you do some endgame activity, so the equivalent of a league mechanic, you can harvest materials that let you summon a low-level boss. And then once you kill that low-level boss, you get shards that let you go up a ladder of bosses. And that's really interesting to think about as a mechanic that could exist in PoE 2.
I think the real counterpoint also to what I said about the whole bossing thing, and you mentioned that earlier, was that Mark and Jonathan both said in an interview that that they would be scared that that would stifle build variety, right? That's probably the biggest counterpoint to the whole thing of me wanting more challenging bosses, that they then use the counterpoint that, yeah, but then we create an environment where everyone wants to play that one build that is the one being able to do all of these challenge bosses or whatever it is. But I kind of personally think that's the nature of the game, of like this, that there's always going to be like some sort of specialization. And I personally think it's kind of fun that I'm starting on a specific league starter or whatever, and then I run into these types of pinnacle bosses, and I realize, oh, I really want to do this challenge boss, but I need to adjust my build to be able to be able to do that challenge boss. I personally think that's fun, but I think a lot of people would use the counterpoint of being like, yeah, but I don't have time to make all of these different characters or be able to adjust my build like that. But
yeah, even in PoE 1 now, I really think the meta was best when builds couldn't do everything. Whereas it feels like nowadays, I mean, it can't do everything, but it can do most. I feel like there's way more builds now that can do most content. Whereas PoE 1, you used to be able to like, okay, like this is going to be my league starter. I'm going to play it's gonna be like really good at expedition or something, and I'm gonna pay someone for my pinnacle boss carry, but now everyone kind of wants everything to do everything, and I don't know how do you balance around that? Does it just need to be a numerical floor? I don't know. I don't know how you
The
can
current
balance
damage
that.
scaling systems in PoE 2 don't like. The current damage scaling systems in PoE 2 don't let you do that. Like you just can't.
Yeah.
We do have a tiny amount of builds, but like the tiniest, most minuscule sliver of build specialization exists in PoE 2 in tiny little niches. Like if you think about Sekama's rushing in particular, with like Blink Temporalis builds that are hyper mobility optimized, those builds would do super poorly in certain kinds of like high monster effectiveness or bossing contexts compared to, you know, dedicated bossing builds or more general purpose builds. So we have like this much league content that already exists where you can go Trial of Sekimas if you really want to super min-max selling Sekimas carries or doing incense relics or jewel farming. There's like, you can think that there's that tiny avenue for it already, and I would like to see more.
We might with this
I
next match.
always think it's good. Yeah, I always think this kind of stuff is good, and I don't know. It's like how do you actually balance around that when every single time there's like this slight specialization going on, or people wanting more ways to specialize, that there's like this outcry of being like, oh, I can't do this, I don't have the time.
I don't know.
It's like how do you balance around that? I just don't think it's possible.
Do you think
in
that
the end it's just like
maybe
What do you
maybe if they had some kind of like second character even more fast track than Twink Gear,
no,
then you get more
No,
people
ah.
to
Here, I have-
re-roll?
is this a campaign skip discussion?
No,
Oh,
no,
this
no,
is
no,
going.
no, 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 no.
I can sense this. I
No,
smell
no,
campaign
Don't do
skip
it.
discussion
Don't do this to
coming.
us, Lolcohol. Don't do it. Don't start it.
No,
Don't start it.
I'm not saying
We've
that.
had too many podcasts.
We've lasted this long, boys. It's time now. Surprisingly, we made it this long without this coming up. So
No, but I think like a good example of this in 0.4 is that Temple is so ridiculously juiced that even if you're not getting the divines to drop for yourself, farming other things that people don't want to farm, doing omen farming, doing trial of chaos farming, doing all these other, doing expedition farming, the sale rates for those things go up so much. And so it makes me wonder to what extent in PoE 2, like if we do get bosses that are inaccessible for some builds, well, if you can make other league content super enjoyable enough that I really want to run a build that has high mobility so I can run the largest breaches and do optimal splinter farming so I can stack effectiveness and do abyssal overrun maps, which requires a much different approach to defenses than a bossing build would or whatever else. Like, I think that that's a content balance problem as much as that's a build balance problem. Like, people should find the individual league mechanics exciting enough that you go, yeah, this league, I don't want to run campaign twice, so I'm going to have one character, and I do need to pick my farming strategy.
True. How do they get to that point?
I think when it comes to specialization in PoE, it always involves hyper fixating on one particular aspect of a build, whether it's offensive, defensive, AoE clearing, single target damage. I feel like those are generally the ways that you kind of approach. It's kind of like how it is in D2 sort of, where it's like, you know, you had builds that were, sorry to bring up D2 guys, I know, ancient boomer game, we're talking blockbuster days, right? But you know, back even in D2. Even in Diablo 2, we had builds that would specialize in specific types of farming. We had like the Javazon, who was like disgusting in the Cal level. We had Smite Paladin, who was really, really good at killing Uber bosses. We had Hammerdin or Sorceress, who for farming like different, you know, like Chaos Sanctuary or whatever. And now we have
everything.
Now we have the Warlock that can do everything basically. But so yeah, it's cool that, you know, each of these builds specialize in a very specific type of farm that kind of scales off of, again, AoE clearing, single target damage, heavy reliance in defensive capabilities, or a lot of offense as well.
The problem right now is that PoE, the pace of the game, especially PoE 1, but even PoE 2, the pace of the game sets you up that you feel like I have to be ready for anything always. I always have to be like my cold res, fire res, my resistance have to be capped. I have to like mitigation layers, avoidance layers, all of these things, because you can't mechanically. It gets to the point where it's very hard to mechanically like outmaneuver enemies. D2 is really good because you can say like, okay, this is my cold sock. That's gonna be like an ancient tunnel farmer where there's no cold immunes. I can go down there, and down there there's a bit of, I don't know, like poison and fire damage. So I don't even need to worry about like my lightning and chaos res. And then you can put other things in there. PoE 2 and 1, you've just got like this long list of like, oh shit, there's that horrible thing, there's that horrible thing, there's that horrible thing. I have to be ready for all of it. And it's like kind of restrictive, but maybe they could do something with biomes or something. Like you're talking about the terraforming. You could say like, I'm going to terraform this into a desert area, and in desert areas there are things that deal like heavy physical damage and fire damage. And so therefore I actually don't need to worry about like cold and lightning res. I have that space for my character to do something more interesting, and then maybe do. But then the thing is, you talk about league mechanics. Is there a way that you can have it that league mechanics also are more limited, or?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
You could.
It's because we already have the case where, like, I mean, it's not implemented this way on purpose, I don't think, but like Abyss, you need to care more about dealing with Ignite as a specific mechanic than you do if you're farming other things. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you see a lot more physical and chaos damage on juiced breaches than you do on other league mechanics. So your chaos res matters more in those circumstances.
True, but then
like you could definitely. I like the idea of leaning into it with biomes. That's an interesting thought.
Maybe with biomes, and then like
you could have Atlas points that could specialize in specific biomes, and you could be like, yo, desert monsters do 50% more fire damage and 50% less cold damage.
Something like
and
that.
That way
maybe.
you could basically you could spec into that on your tree, and then you could basically defensively adjust around that and be like, okay, now that frees up a bunch of potential modifiers. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't even think that the problem is that egregious as some people make it out to be. I feel like whenever someone says like I can't do X with my build, I'm always asking like why, how? Because there are, like you mentioned Diablo 2 again. There are no immunes obviously, and there's never going to be any immunes or whatever. So I'm always like, yeah, maybe your build is just like an insanely good density farmer, but then it's not that good at single target, right? Or your build is extremely nice at single target, but then the density farming is just like a little bit slower than the crazy density farmer. I always think that's like very reasonable. Isn't that totally normal? If everyone would just be able to have a build that does everything perfectly, where are we?
Yeah, I think in a vacuum,
vacuum,
yes. But the thing is, like, everyone's comparing, especially once you get on Twitch and they're saying, "Oh, what's Fubgun doing?" And then they like want to make the same build that can do the same thing. And if they're not doing the same thing, then they're disappointed. But the thing is, like, it's like a PvE PvP game that I don't know if they're ever going to be able to balance it properly. But yeah, but the thing is, I think also rare monster modifiers are too. They overshadow monster identity. That's another thing that you could say, like, in a desert biome, there are these types of monsters, and, I know those monsters deal this kind of damage. They have think of, dude, D2. It's the perfect game. Because you think about monster identity. You've got...
Dude, we can't stop. We're addicts.
Let's like list off D2 monsters in terms of just their identity. You've got, like, Fallen. They've got the Shaman. You have to kill the Shaman first, and then he summons his dude. You got, like, Burning Souls, Stygian Dolls, all these different monsters that make you play differently, and maybe you don't want to deal with that shit, so you don't farm that area. Whereas PoE, it's like you're fighting against rare monster modifiers a lot of the time. You don't know what the monster is. It's like basically a volatile plant with a skin, because that's the shit that's killing you. You're not getting killed by a Burning Soul. You're getting killed by like volatile plant or some ignite shit. But
there are some monsters in PoE. I feel like we have to give PoE some credit. I think they're PoE 2 specifically is the closest ARPG to Diablo 2 when it comes to monster identity.
Definitely.
And I think that Abyss monsters, especially like those caster guys that shoot the giant beams out at you and hit you with the physical damage, like that shit will fuck you up if you're not ready for it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And so when you see those guys pop out of the Abyss fissures, you're like, oh shit, I need to be super cautious of that.
I just think that if they made rare monster modifiers generic, instead of being like too complex, like make them faster, make them stronger, make them tougher, make them more resistant or something like that. But instead of like volatile balls or poison plants, because then immediately like it overshadows that really, really good monster identity, and you can't really play around it, or then you feel like I have to be prepared for anything because there's could be a freaking volatile plant monster. So
I think monster design in PoE 2 is actually one of my favorite things about the game, and it's actually like I think you're kind of saying this, but I want to iterate it in my own language of like I agree that certain rare monster modifiers override monster identity, but I also think that monster identity is pretty distinct to me, but
in the
only
campaign,
when
though, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
campaign
Like
is
only
great.
I
like
wouldn't
in on
even
the
say
mana
that.
projectiles and
I think
bleeds
in maps
in
too.
Act 3 in Azok Bog there are particular things
Yeah,
that deal
yeah.
fire damage. When Jaquani's Mechanarium, there are the little ghouls that sneak up and try to freeze you.
And
There
that's great.
are a ton of things in Utsal. There are drowning hags. There are all these things that I can call out as being distinct
Yes.
things that I need to think about. Now,
Yes.
part of that is because I speedrun, and so I'm often super underleveled in those zones. So I end up being a mechanics enjoyer much more than the typical league start player, especially if you're trading for items or if you're twinking. But part of me says like I enjoy that texture in the experience of having to think about all these different things, and that makes me want more difficulty.
But you want
Like,
that in the end game, though. But Blaze, you think that is sustained in the end game? You do?
I mean, yeah, I think that if you are playing juiced map, and maybe this is just a hardcore perspective,
Yeah, I think
and
it
I
might
don't
be.
want to beat a dead horse about this, but like if you're playing a map that's really rippy and you have river hags with like increased attack speed and like maybe multi-prod or something like that, like it gets to the point where like you have to be extremely cautious. And then that is in combination with rare monster modifiers as well, where like one of them could have temporal bubble, and so you're moving slower, they're attacking faster. They also have really deadly abilities, like if you stand in a so if you stand in a drowning orb and it has increased attack speed, you actually drown much faster, as well as the projectile like moving faster as well.
I think that's
And
excellent.
so yeah,
But
yeah,
that's
it's good. It's you have to be locked in.
yeah.
Right?
So those are the kind of monster modifiers I think should be kept. Is things that enhance the monster's identity and makes it more scary. So it's like you've got a drowning hag with a very strong monster identity. Throw multi-proj on that, and now it's like, oh shit, it's you know exactly what it is,
That's
but it's
nightmare
like
fuel.
you got to deal with it,
Yeah.
or like I don't know, any other monster. You could do it in PoE, but the moment you start throwing on like volatile plants, or I keep going to that one because it's so freaking annoying, that
It was
overshadows
a lot worse though.
That
It was a lot worse.
it was worse, yeah. But even temp bubbles another good one. Increased speed, because you can like apply those to these monsters with a good identity. Even like what were the crabs? The crabs also, those have like strong identity and they're really annoying. You throw like increased attack speed, like those things hasted is completely different monster now. Well, it's the same monster. It maintains its identity, but it's more scary for the reasons that it's scary, not because it's shooting chaos plants at you. So,
oh yeah, I've been deleted off the earth from just a pack of crabs with multi-project attack speed. I trip and fall, and then I'm instantly dead from that. So, yeah.
So I think if they remove some of those more obnoxious, overshadowing rare monster mods from the game, then it might open up a bit more space for like player skill and stuff. But I'm not 100% sure that's true. But that's why I think PoE, you feel like I have to be able to do everything, is because you can encounter anything always. So you have to be pre-prepared instead of in the moment dealing with it. This is more in the end game. This is more in the end game, Crimson. Campaign, I think nails it.
I think your point is well taken.
Yeah.
Because I do think one of the things about build specialization, in like you said in D2, it's like you can choose what content you're running, where like Blaze said, you can go like, I'm gonna run Chaos Sanctuary, so I'm gonna play Novasorg.
Or if you're doing like Durance of Hate, you're doing Mephisto runs or something like that, you're like, I have to deal with dolls in this area. I know that in this area there are dolls and like Erdars or whatever.
Yep.
PoE, you hop into a map. I can't even. Maybe it's true that different maps have like different monsters in them or like specific monster types, but I don't know if that's true. because
I mean, it's true in terms of the base monster
pace.
types, but not the rare mods.
Yeah, so like maybe keep certain monster types to certain maps or certain biomes or something. So it's like, okay, I'm running desert maps. I know I have to deal with like the equivalent of like crabs, and you're like, shit, I hate crabs. But the bonuses from the desert is really good. Or I'm gonna spec more into like physical defense because there's lots of crabs in those maps.
See, but I can already hear the clamoring though of like, if you make it so that way specific biomes have specific things, and I don't get to choose what types of map I run because the Infinite Atlas isn't rescaled, then I still run into that problem because I can still end up needing to go. I can see that tower that I need, that citadel I need in the edge of the fog, and that means I need to cross this boundary of desert.
Yeah,
it requires agency to be a bigger part of the picture for this to work.
True.
But
yeah,
at the end of the day, like specialization is essentially just making your build solve a specific problem to do the content that you want to do. And right now, there's just not that much of a problem. It's just how much damage can I do at a certain point, basically, to solve basically every problem, right? Whereas even in D2, as we talked about, there's a lot of things that are limitations on, like, you know, I think as much as immune like feel bad sometimes when you can't like actually do damage to monsters until you get the right items and stuff to solve that, it is one of those limitations that forces you to have to build your character a specific way to do that content.
Yeah, like just think of
to me in the end, all
go
all
ahead.
these ideas seem better than just reading map modifiers all the time. I think the whole system of just having these I just don't like, and I really hope they also address that in the new Endgame or whatever they call it, because I to me every map shouldn't feel the same, and I'm just looking at map modifiers and I'm just like, oh god, this map has temporal chains. Oh, this map has tilt ground. I don't want to do that. I think there could be such a much more cooler system to actually know, like, oh, this crypt map, I really like this crypt map, but there is a specific monster there, like the undead knight, that reflects my projectiles, and I need to be careful about that. I like that feeling. I like that concept so much more than just being like, oh god, this map has temporal chains and chill ground. I'm not gonna do that.
How do we
right?
do that? That this is within the design language of PoE 2. Is what we want waystone crafting to be better in some way?
Or map.
Then if we're saying, because like if I can, this is silly, but like just picking some tool that allows you to deterministically add a mod to a weapon, for example, does that mean we want essence crafting for tablets? Essence crafting for waystones?
I mean, that's just like scarabs though, right? Where it's like a predetermined thing that it does. But the thing of map mods is interesting, because you're right. Map mods also lean into the I need to be prepared for anything, unless you want to be reading all your map mods, because it's like damage is extra, damage is extra, damage is extra, chaos, crit, all this stuff that you have to be able to deal with. But it like what? Imagine they just removed map modifiers, but then how would you get that difficulty reward? Is there a way that they could do? Maybe you could like, I don't know. What if map modifiers were just like generic rare monsters in this area have an additional modifier, or like 2 additional modifiers, or map contains crabs, or something like that.
What if it were like, because I'm trying to think about your classic Alk and Go gamer who like, because remember we already had the thing in, was it 0.3 where everyone was like, dude, the amount of crafting I need to do on these tablets to get into the map is nuts, because I have to 6 mod it, then I have to abyss it, then I have to delirium in it, then I have to corrupt it, and it takes me 3 minutes to set up the map, and I want to be in the map. I don't want to be in the Well of Souls tablet crafting. And so it makes me wonder if you marry these ideas of like, I want the biome to control the map modifiers, because then I can know ahead of time the swamp has the modifiers that do the poison gas and the whatever. What if when I alk my tablet, it doesn't actually have mods on it? It just says next area has first 4 mods activated.
Whoa.
And so then when I put the waystone into my bog area map, into my slick, into my whatever, it then looks at the list of modifiers that are associated with that biome or map type, and then rolls that as you open it.
Whoa, that's
so that
cool.
way you can Alk and Go, where I can take my waystone, because we get so few waystones right now. If you run a map, you're getting 1 from the map boss and 1 from the mobs, And that means that right now, if I alk it and it hits mods I don't like, I have problems sustaining waystones, especially on League Start before my Atlas is up and I'm actually getting waystone quantity, right? Whereas if I say, when I alk this, it doesn't have mods on itself. It activates mods associated with the biome. I think that's sort of a marriage of your idea while still avoiding the like friction that we had regarding waystone crafting in earlier patches.
That's cool, because you could also have biomes. I mean, think of like how prevalent CI is right now, and that's obviously a combination of not being able to scale life as high, but also just being immune to chaos, which is a really frustrating problem to solve. But if you didn't have to necessarily deal with that because you're running like your desert biome, and the mods that get activated are like damage extra fire, increased fizz, that's an interesting idea. That's a really, but then I guess
I love the idea of giving these biomes a lot more identity and a lot more like predetermined. Like I'm understanding what I'm getting into when I go into these specific biomes, and then unlocking more to them as we like map is pretty interesting. I like this. I like this train of thought.
That we've invented the idea of terraforming, and now we've invented the idea of biome-specific modifiers, and then we've worried about the friction for the player base. Guys, we've invented 0.5.
We did.
we went all the way. We came up with so many mechanics in this conversation. We've invented PoE 3. Like we're doing it, bro.
We should just make it. Let's be the PoE 3 to PoE 2 that PoE was to D3. What do you think? Do you guys?
I mean, guys, PoE 3 is just going to be PoE 2's a 4.0, right? Like it's going to be just 3 campaigns.
Well, we could.
We're founding a game development company.
I left for 2 minutes and left your egos unchecked.
Log in, Rabbit. Freaking learn C++. Learn C++ right now, Rabbit. We're coding a game.
I can't do shit.
I'm making a game engine right now. I'm submitting a Jira ticket for you to work on after this. Okay.
What? I don't even know what any of this means. I'm stupid as hell.
We fixed the endgame.
Like I said during our speedrun stream, I did an IQ test the other day, and the answer in the IQ test was just like seek help. So I don't think I can invent anything. What do you mean?
I think that's a cool idea.
Well, yeah, for sure.
It's a very cool idea, and who knows? It would be hilarious if we look back on this in like 5 weeks, or not even 5 weeks, in 2 weeks, and see if terraforming is even mentioned in the presentation, or like biome identity and stuff like that. Like it could be coming. It could be there, guys.
But then how
imagine the Twitch chat crash out if even half of the nonsense we've brought up is actually in the patch. We're gonna get accused of having inside information forever.
You're right.
we gotta say some more outlandish things that GGG would never do. They're adding a dating sim in 0.5. I can finally take Zarka to a pasta dinner.
That's not the first time I've heard someone want that, actually. There's a general sentiment that people want that in my community for some reason. I don't know why.
If you're a Zarka appreciator, type Zarka in chat so everyone knows that you appreciate Zarka.
Zarka? I'm a ROG appreciator. Zarka PoE2.
I like ROG.
Every time I leave, this just derails into craziness.
Oh, Rabbit, who's your favorite NPC in PoE2?
Who's your PoE2 waifu?
Or that? I was gonna say any PoE
let me
NPC,
think.
but...
Let me think. Queen of Filth.
Obviously.
Is that an NPC? No, it's not an NPC, right?
No, it's a non-player character.
Yeah. Okay.
That counts.
I mean, obviously.
Shout out to John Espiritu for doing the rigging work, so that way you could see Queen of Filth's back flaps jiggle.
Oh.
In the words of the mercenary, I've had worse.
The mercenary has the best personality in the campaign, right up there with the witch. Actually, the witch is similarly unhinged in a different way.
That one, first time I heard that one, I was like, "Damn, this guy's fucking based as shit." I love it.
Dude, did you know that when you spray oil ground specifically against Queen of Filth, it always says lather up?
Really?
No.
Yeah, that voice line is a probability for all activations of oil grenades. It can happen anytime. It happens more often against Queen of Filth.
I love that.
So when you throw out your oil grenades, the thing that he says to the Queen of Filth is lather up.
I think it's these little things that I feel like just go they're not noticed, but they're definitely underappreciated. Like one of the things that I really liked, even when 0.3 came out, was just like when you run off the ship and the NPC is just like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just talk to myself then and shit like that. Like just little shit like that, that they added
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Just because it's funny, like just because it's great, There's a lot of those things in PoE too. I love it.
There are a lot of like, even outside of lore, there are like game mechanics things that as you learn more you start to recognize. Like here's an interesting example. A lot of you guys probably know that in the Red Veil, if you click on all the different weapon racks, you get one of every different base martial weapon. And it's always of the next tier after what you would get on the beach. In Act 3, all the field vendors have a white chest next to them that always contains specifically a 4-mod pair of boots, gloves, and helm throughout the act.
Where is that?
There's these in Act 4, the field
Oh,
vendors in
okay.
Jungle Ruins,
The
Infested Transit
camps,
Center.
right?
Yeah.
The camps.
There's always a chest
Yeah.
in there, and you will always deterministically get a 4-mod pair of boots, a 4-mod pair of gloves, and a 4-mod helmet.
In Act 3, right? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know about the Red Veil weapon rack thing until you talked about it, and that blew my mind actually. So
I
props
learned
to you.
it. I learned it from Ziggy.
Okay, that's some shit I did not know
What's
about. That's
funny
very
is
helpful.
what's funny is the stream where Ziggy taught me all this. I was supposed to be backseating him, teaching him speedrunning, and just every other zone he would teach me a game mechanic I had never heard of. I was talking to him about like boss monster resistances in Act 3 and like how it changes which builds are viable for the speedrun. And I was like, yeah, so like this monster, blah blah blah. We were about to fight the Zikawatl, Warden of the Soul Core in Jokwani's Mechanarium. And Ziggy just randomly goes, oh yeah, well he's a construct, so within the design language of PoE 1, he would be fire and lightning vulnerable and cold resistant. And I was like,
huh? I didn't know that.
Dude, Ziggy has the deep magic, I swear. This guy knows everything. It's unbelievable the level of game knowledge on that guy. It's crazy.
No, I love Ziggy.
Yeah.
Ziggy's
Yeah.
great.
When I interviewed him, he even said, and this was pre like giant vision debate about what direction like PoE 2 is going, if it's going towards PoE 1.5 or should it go slower. And he straight up said the game is going to turn into something a lot closer to PoE 1 than people expect. And this was like, when I heard this, I was like, whoa, like this is crazy. It's big.
How do you feel about that now? Have you been converted into a PoE 1 player? Or are you not fully on board yet?
I really think that Mirage, I think I told you about this in your stream, but I personally think that Mirage made it click in my head why people love PoE so much, and now I'm so excited to play more PoE 1. Good. It never really clicked, and I remember when we did our interview, you're like, I can't wait to hear about the moment when it clicks for you so that you can become an addict like me. And I was
happened.
Like, I'm excited. It did, but the thing about it for me is that I had to kind of force myself to go back a couple times in order for that to happen. And I think that a lot of people don't end up forcing themselves to, because why would you force yourself to play a video game that you don't want to play?
Exactly.
It just makes no sense, right? And so for me, I was like, I have to, give this a shot. And it does help that when you watch like a GGG presentation, it can completely change your perspective on a game. There was a lot of people that I know who were like, yeah, I might be done with PoE 1. And then they saw the Mirage presentation, like, all right, I'm logging in I'm logging in for sure. And I can't wait for those folks to, maybe some new folks actually, who maybe weren't sure about PoE 2 to watch the presentation on the 7th and be like, yeah, that's going to be a login for me, boys. This is fucking insane. And they have that's the power that GGG has with their live streams, right?
I'm hoping that's gonna.
They keep getting away with it. They keep making video game good.
Yeah.
How is it impossible for every other video game company to make video game good, and GGG just stands for like, all 3 G's stand for good video game. Like, it's crazy.
It's true.
Every single presentation, you're like, oh, I might skip this league. I don't really know, and then somehow they've got something for you every time.
Their announcement trailers
they can cook
beyond hype, man. I watched the Diablo one the other day. There was some new one, and the difference in hype between those two. It's not because I'm not like I hate D4 or anything, but it wasn't that exciting. Just the level of quality. GG is able to just concentrate excitement, and their announcements and their trailers and everything are so good that every time you are just immediately excited. And the one that I watched for D4 the other day, there was like some like cool rock music and like I don't know, it just doesn't hit the same. So
the biggest difference I've noticed is that in D4 and other game presentations, they're standing up, whereas in grinding your games, they're sitting down with their legs crossed. I think that's an important difference to note. I think it's the sitting down with their legs crossed that really makes the difference. You know what I mean?
but
Whereas
just the
standing up, it just doesn't hit the same.
the videos and the music, it's all so good. So good. I'm really hoping that this is the league that like the most staunch anti-PoE 2 people finally get on board and actually enjoy it. But I don't know if it'll happen yet. But we're gonna have to see. We can hope.
Yeah. But it's been a pleasure, boys. I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go take a shower and fire it up over on my end. But it's been a pleasure, boys. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Good seeing you. Good chatting as always.
Good chatting, thoughts. Blaze.
Yes. Bye, everybody. Have a good day.
Bye,
Peace.
Blaze. Catch you later. Just the three of us.
Take a shower. Yes.
There's no deeply resonant radio voice among us anymore. I'm so sorry.
Sad. What do you?
I'm all like I won't go too much longer as well because I still have an actual podcast later, and I'm like,
dude, off stream with me for an hour before this,
day.
and then 3 hours now, and then another on the podcast. Man, you're gonna talk about PoE 2 for 9 hours today.
You are.
It's so funny. It's always like my wife always comes home and she's always like, you don't like there's a big discrepancy between how much she talks in the evening and how much I talk, and I always explain to her, I've been talking for 10 hours straight. Sorry, I'm gonna be the listener now. So
what are you are you excited for the chat with Darth? What are you guys gonna be chatting about?
I think especially I haven't looked at the show notes yet.
Whoops.
No, it's gonna be perfect. The timing is perfect now because the podcast is probably gonna be a lot of what we just did. Gonna be a lot of speculation. And Darth always has like such a fresh view on a lot of things. I feel like he's like a little bit. I always feel like he's like a little bit on the outside because he has such a like a cool demeanor about stuff that I'm always very, very interested in his opinion because he doesn't get so hung up about so many things. So that's why I really enjoy listening to his opinion a lot. And there's like a few other people like that, like Rax, for example. They are not too hung up about all the politics, I would even call it. And then they just give like a very real, most of the time very based and very like good opinion about these types of things. So yeah, I'm excited. We have an insane lineup for the podcast. We had Lolcohol on, we had Dreamcore on. Next episode, so now is going to be Darth. Next week is going to be Schwingy, and we're going to talk about all his of content. That's going to be nice. And then we will have Rax, and we will also have Captain Lance back.
That's great. Damn.
Gonna be a lot of good weeks. And then I really want to do, because someone in my community that is I don't know if he's in the chat right now. I don't see him. Had like a good idea that we do a community episode where we just put on a few people from like our streaming communities to also give their opinions, because a lot of the times what happens obviously on these types of podcasts is like you only get the egotistical streamer perspective most of the time. So it's very, very good that sometimes you reflect and go outside of that a little bit. So yeah, super, super nice. I'm like a little bit worried though, because we scheduled the podcast a while ago and the podcast starts exactly at the time the Diablo 4 stuff comes out. I'm not sure if Darth knows yet.
DM is not a campfire watcher.
Oh, it's just a campfire? I thought it's like an actual reveal of or is it just a campfire?
It's titled campfire.
Okay.
Like,
yeah, then
for context,
those things can be an email.
Just so you know, we've already seen the class that's coming out. We've already had the class content reveal. We've already seen the narrative trailers. We've already seen the Endgame rework trailer. This is going to be an overview of that, and then they're going to sneak in 5 new unique items. Like, it's not going to be
okay. Yeah,
it's not going to be giant and revelatory. At least that's what if they break out a third class, you'd have to do something crazy for me to be shocked by this thing. I don't think that DM is going to be worried about the campfire.
He's eating.
Sorry.
Let's just watch you eat.
I need to get food in because I
Guys,
didn't expect to.
Every single
like an
time I see
impromptu
Dead
podcast
Rabbit
like
take a
that.
bite, I stop talking to imply it's supposed to be him, and then I see him flustered with his muffin. It's great.
At
We
least
do it
I'm
on
not
purpose.
talking with my mouth full.
Yeah.
Operator Otter. We'll note
Is
that down.
Operator Otter the same Otter that had the moment of all of Clutchcore?
Oh, that guy
Yes.
against
Yeah.
Geonor?
Yes.
That guy was awesome.
For anyone who
Yes.
doesn't, just to catch
was
up
like,
any
that
chatters who
name
are
rings
not
a bell.
tracking, Clutchcore was an event where it was a 3-player hardcore group play through the campaign as a race. It was Izarin's thing. And there was one group where 2 out of the 3 players like instantly died against Geonor. And then one guy whose only equipped skills were like shield charge and raise shield. Like, I'm not exaggerating.
It was so bad.
He solo carried against Geonor using like shield charge to kill him 10 HP at a time for 6 minutes. It was unbelievable gameplay, and he ran out of flash charges twice. It was crazy. The man was playing PoE 2 at a level I've never seen anyone else achieve. It was unbelievable.
It was excellent. Didn't he die
We
in
need
the end?
another clutch core.
Yeah, Clutch Core was so fun.
No, I'm looking for the word. I was so confused why we didn't get another one in this league.
He's staggering them, is what Zizarin has said.
Okay.
Because like between planning Gauntlet and planning that and finding sponsors for every event, there's a lot of like operational stuff for an event of that size. So
yeah,
I'm so ready for the next clutch core. I'm so ready.
I love that
last time I was with Farmer and Lance. That was.
Oh yeah,
it was
you.
like,
I thought we did it together. I was with Miso and King Kongo, right? And we died like just at the same spot. Did you also get killed by Viper, or do you just make it past and then get killed?
We made it past Viper, and we then died to, I think we died to Doyani then.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't die to
My team
Viper. I
died-
remember that.
my team died to.
Oh, I saw that.
I was with a friend of mine who's a D2 and D4 speeder named Wonder Puppy, and then I was also with FG Corbin, who is like a monk guide author on Mobalytics. You probably know his name from that. And the two of us practiced together for multiple days, and then in the actual run, we died to the bird in Act 4. We just got owned by the shotgunning like blood vomit projectile. We just got deleted. It was beautiful.
I just remembered we died to the second to last boss in Act 4. I just remember.
Oh, you made it that far.
To the.
Oh. Was
it was like the prepare your illusion, that one. The guy with the walls down and everything.
High Templar, whatever.
Yep.
Was it Guy's team that got
Benedictus.
one shot like right on? Was it Tabakai? There was someone who just got absolutely wrecked, like right at the end. One shot.
So the team that won, which was I'm Exile, Alex Pleblord, and Sarge, they all 3 walked into Monkey and got slammed in the same slam, and one of them survived at like 16 HP and then clutched the fight, which was sick. And then they went on to win. Guy That Dies team came in second. They lost by a couple of minutes. The team that you're probably thinking of was Beta Test Coin, Fire MCG, and Drizz.
That's it. Yes, yeah. Fire. That's a tough one, man. I hope they do that again.
We need that event back.
Which, by the way, was the only team where the ranged player played grenades. By the way,
I played grenades. I'll have you know, but I'm shit, so no one noticed. But
I thought that it was my bad.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, we weren't like in the running. We were just doing it for fun. But I remember watching that event. I was like shocked. Why is no one playing grenades? I still feel like grenades only more recently became more popular. But yeah, I was shocked that nades.
It was like 2 weeks after that the speedrunners all started figuring out nades was the thing.
I've been trying so hard to push it for so long, and I'll be like, guys, nades are really, really strong, and then it finally happened.
Yeah,
everyone's playing.
I mean, in the 0.1 races back before I was good, if you scroll all the way down, you can find my character, and I ascended Witch Hunter, and I played grenades.
Ah, there you go.
In the 0.1 races, you can go look at the ladders and find it.
Oh, you were there too. Huh. Now, what are you
I was
gonna?
bad.
You're bad. Well, I mean, you gotta be bad before you get good, right?
Mhm.
But what are you gonna be doing for the next few weeks, Rabbit? You're gonna be just sticking with the PoE 2, but what are you gonna be doing with it?
I'm gonna become a PoE 2 speedrunner.
Really?
Yeah, I just uploaded a video to my YouTube channel where Crimson coached me through an Act 1 run, and people are shit talking me in the comments. And now
You got a 51.
that
What are they talking about?
You got a 51.
look
and
at the
they
comments of
No,
the video,
bro,
Crimson.
I'm gonna go to every
Look at the
single
comments.
comment that shit talking to you and go post VOD, post VOD, post.
I got a 51 minute, just so you know, Lolcohol, with on the first and this was like an impromptu idea. I got a 51-minute Act
That's
1.
He
Okay?
literally,
Oops.
literally while he was live, I was in Twitch chat and I was like, I'm bored, call me.
there
And then
you
he
go.
was
No,
like, and then
here's-
he was like, that's not the vibe for stream today. So I go AFK. I get a Discord DM that literally just says "yo," like 2 hours later. And
Okay,
Rabbit,
it's 3 comments.
I'm telling all of them post VOD. This is
I
my
wanna
favorite
do
thing to
this.
do. When people shit talk me or shit talk people that I've coached on PoE speedrunning, I'm always like post VOD.
Yep. Post
Go ahead.
VOD.
Yeah.
Post
No,
VOD.
actually though, I'm
1v1 me.
Actually, I'm in the phase of my life where I have a lot of fun playing campaign right now.
Campaign is
Just
so
like
fun.
whatever. I delete the characters again. I go
Mm.
like one stream. I do like 2 hours, whatever. I'm trying just stuff out. Sometimes I write stuff down that I've like picked up. I have so much fun just playing campaign right now without any goal of getting anything into endgame, but just like playing the campaign, trying out different builds, trying out different combinations, trying out different pathways in the tree, and then I just delete the character and start again. I have so much fun with that right now, and that's what I'm gonna do after this, before the podcast. Just start another
I
run.
want to do that. I
Go
want to
through
do
Act
that.
1, ascend to
Yeah.
Infernalist, go Demon Mommy into Act 2.
And see, because
Let's go.
I
Because
did
I
a
haven't
run.
done ED Contagion on Demon Mommy yet, which is kind of crazy.
I can't believe it. Unbelievable. I haven't played Demon Mommy. No. I did. But the other day I did a run that felt so bad. It felt so bad. And I got like a 50, what was it, like 53 or 54 minutes? And I was like, man, I should practice this. Like, I feel like I get a sub 50 like really easily. And that was with Freythorn and all the extra shit. So, you're making me want to play.
To promo my Discord a bit, because we're trying to build up the Discord lately, boys. There's a special role you can get in my Discord where if you submit proof of a fresh start Geonor kill in under an hour, you get a role. It changes your name color, and you are named Fast.
There you go.
And so that way the officially fast benchmark is a sub 1 hour Geonor kill from a fresh start. So Rabbit is officially fast, for example.
I'm fast.
If you join the Discord. And so that way, if you have to post VOD and then you get the role, and then there's a higher level achievement, a sub 230 fresh start Tavakai is quote unquote really fast. And that, by the way, that's like a multi-week project for you, for anyone who wants that.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should. It's either that or play Dota 2 to like 20 people who are just hating every second of it. I'm basically like inflicting it on them. People are
no. You gotta you gotta be the one to take the bullet for the team and be PoE content creator comes back to D4, and you gotta make the YouTube think piece react video.
I need to. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
No, I'm serious though. I wasn't kind of even kidding about that. It's just like I'm not the whole speedrunner arc, but just like getting increasingly better at every turn on every run in the campaign. I just have so much fun right now. I used to always think that I just hate doing the campaign because I always remembered on League Start, I do kind of not enjoy it because it's like one long session. And it's always like very stressful because the League Start, at least for me, League Starts are kind of stressful a little bit because chat is just crazy. I'm really trying to answer questions. People want to say, what's your current build? What's your current setup? Can you please, what did you do there? What did you do there? So I always remember like, oh my God, I hate like going 8 hours through the campaign. But the way I'm doing it right now, it's so much fun. It's so much fun because it's actually, it is gameplay with the right amount of friction, in my opinion. It is because you always, even though
feels incredible,
and loot feels amazing, right?
It does.
Loot
you always have these moments of like, oh,
campaign.
It almost
Yeah.
feels like a roguelike. That's how I
It is a
feel
roguelike.
Yeah, it is. It's basically like a roguelike, and then the end is Tawakai.
So
Yep.
I'm just gonna do shorter streams up until like the reveal and everything. Just however I like like the way I stream right now is like every single time I realize within the stream that I'm losing a little bit of my like motivation right now, and I'm starting to respond less to chat or being like less chatty or being like less entertaining. I'm just like, okay, then that's gonna be the last 30 minutes, and tomorrow I'll be back with. Because I always feel like, yes, as a streamer you could do like 7 days a week, 10 hours a day, but my personal approach is always going to be, when I stream I want to be 100%, and I want people to tune in and be like, damn, this is an entertaining 3 hours. I'd rather have entertaining 3 hours than like 10-hour streams every single day, and like 1 hour of that is entertaining.
Maybe
So
I should do that.
I think that's the way to go.
I'll have
I
like
think that's the way to go.
30-minute long streams. Then I'll run out of energy.
And then my neighbors complain again because I'm yelling from the top of my lungs about like some items or something.
Gold. Yeah.
Gold. Big pattern huntsman.
What if in 0.5 we get a mechanic where when you ID an item, you just see its mods rolled and it looks like a Counter-Strike case, so that way I can yell gold, like root for gold. Increased physical damage. I'm waiting for it and I go gold, and then it rolls by and I get thorns instead, and I delete my account.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. From time to time on my shorts on YouTube, I do get comments like that. This is the only pixel of PoE 2.
That is a huge compliment. Oh my god.
Is it?
Yes, dude. Oni is
Oni Pixel drives a Lamborghini he paid for with money he got by yelling gold, and was? Are you kidding? Yeah. I want to have the content creation career of Oni Pixel. He's Twitch rank 4 right now.
And he's just funny, dude. He's funny and clever. He's great.
Watching
I don't
Oni
discern
do
my
a case
happiness by
opening
worldly
stream.
possessions, Crimson, okay?
Hey, you could donate that money to Oxfam and feed a lot of children, okay?
You can give it to me.
You could donate that money to your favorite small-time PoE 2 content creator / starving graduate student, Crimson Casts.
He doesn't want money.
We'll see.
We'll take it. We'll take it off your hand. Pussy button.
I will just it's just I will just yell off all the phrases. Pussy button 57. It's just perfect. The first time we were in a call Lolcohol and you did the voice and it went like pussy button. Like I cried laughing and I couldn't breathe for like 20 minutes.
Dude, the late nights at ExileCon, when we have these conversations in person while actually playing Counter-Strike in the fucking hotel, are gonna be peak.
Oh,
dude, the bless up experience of all of us doing late night Dota and Counter-Strike pubs. Like, one of my favorite moments of casting the race, by the way, to leak a little bit of the inside comms, I get into the group chat where we're going to be streaming the race, and it's me and RiseQT and 2 people from GGG, and we're just like yapping in the call before we go live as we're like setting up, doing everyone's sound checks. And Rise has been streaming nothing but Dota for like 2 weeks leading up to that point. And I'm trying to be cordial and make friends with Rise. And I say, hey, I have 10,000 hours and I've played 4,000 Dazzle games. And the name Crimson Casts comes from when I used to shoutcast amateur Dota and blah, blah, blah. And we're talking. And then the guy from GGG in the chat goes, you would be a Dazzle spammer.
Oh.
And then I realized that people at GGG run in-houses. People at GGG play Dota. Oh, yeah. Are you suggesting that people at GGG like another top-down isometric QWER or your skills super complicated interactions game? I mean,
who would have thought?
I wish I was good at Dota. I don't know. I wish I was good at Dota.
I'm not good.
Like it.
I like predicting what kind of Dota heroes people play. Like Talkative Try, I called out. I was just like, he seems like an Invoker spammer. Turns out I was right. Dead Rabbit, I don't know. You seem like maybe like a Dragon Knight. Like, you always want to play mid, but you kind of shit at it. Am I right?
Wait, yes!
That's
the only hero I played!
Really? I don't know. I just got Dragon Knight.
That's the only hero I ever played.
Does that mean
I have like a 50... I have like 60 games or something overall in Dota, and 50 of them is Dragon Knight, and I think the rest is like Sniper maybe.
I don't
or
know.
something.
I'm just
like,
good at
Hold
calling.
up. This means that we can run a pub stack. We can run an actual pub stack where it's me and Lolcohol as
the fuck was
supports,
that?
mid invoker for
I
mid
can just
invoker for
tell.
talkative try and off lane dead rabbit on the Dragon Knight. We just need a carry.
There we go.
We can
Grimps in
get
my chat
Karn.
just
We
said
can get
Lolcohol.
Karn to carry us. It'll be
This is-
great.
This is the most useless superpower ever.
It is.
Knowing.
I can immediately just tell what kind of Dota player you are. So far, I'm 2 for 2 with talkative try, dead rabbit.
I'm a bad Dota player. That's the answer.
I should have made
I'm
you
a bad
guess
Dota
before
player.
telling
I
you
should
my
have.
hero
Yeah, I
pool.
know. Yeah, you told me you're a dazzle. I mean, I think I did. You hear what my most played hero is in Dota?
I know what it is.
You
yeah.
know what it is. Damn it! And Dead Rabbit probably doesn't even know what it is.
I would love for if anyone in chat
No.
doesn't know what Lolcohol's most played hero is, please guess.
Yeah, actually, it's.
If he just said I wouldn't know who it is. So
I mean, do you know all the heroes? I mean, you can give it a guess. I'll be.
all of them? No, all of them. No.
What role
I
do
would
you
say
think
most of them.
Lolcohol plays?
Oh, someone in my YouTube chat just said techies, and I don't
Oh,
disagree.
how fucking dare you? That's disgusting.
Old tech. Wait, hold up. Old techies or new techies? Because old techies is
An off
a very precise.
Looks like an offlaner. Oh my god, that's an insult.
No.
No, it's not.
I
Look, you
Fairly-
look like an offlaner. I don't know. I perceive that as an insult. I don't know.
no. If you say someone like you look like you play Meepo, then it's like, oh fuck, dude. Like I'm gonna have to see a therapist.
What about just
after
you
that.
look like Meepo?
Oh,
Just you look
even
like
worse.
you.
Oh no. Invoker.
No, it's not Invoker, I think.
Offlane, pause 4, super good call. Super good call on that. Because like when I first started out, I had to be like the bottom of the team, so I was always pause 5, and then I found my footing, and I became like, there was a meta during which there was solo offlane and then try main lane, or try, what do you call it? Fuck. I don't know, try main
lane?
lane. Safe lane, yeah, try safe lane. So I got super into Undying. Oh yeah, I love Undying, but it's not my most played. Oracle,
So
I
you
do
guys
play
have seen
Oracle.
me. You guys have seen me like draw stuff on my screen while
What
I'm
is the
streaming,
most played
right?
then?
It's IO. I don't know if Crypto Sniper was watching or if he has the same useless superpower as me, but it is IO. That is my most played.
Okay.
Yeah.
The way I got good at drawing things on my screen is because I was a serial position 5 team captain when I played competitive Dota,
Oh.
and I was drawing team movements on the minimap by holding control, and that's how I got good at writing words on stuff. I would communicate with my team by writing on the minimap.
I just use it for drawing dicks. Isn't that what that's for? No? Okay.
Are you familiar with the professional level team who got banned from a tournament because of drawing things on map?
No, when did that happen?
Shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine, a bunch of Russian players accidentally drew pro-Russian symbology on a map during a professional game, during a technical pause.
What the fuck? Wow. Okay.
Like
Well-
within weeks of the invasion.
That's fucked. That is
Oh, that's weird.
crazy. Huh. Yeah, apparently. Okay, we need to play some
How much
Dota.
time do
Clearly.
we have?
When is
We
your
need to play some
pod?
Dota.
In 3 hours.
In 3.
I will just play some PoE2 now, and then we go into the pod. I need like a little bit of gameplay now. or
Yeah.
Wait,
something.
guys, if I boot stream, will you guys 1v1 each other in an Act 1 race and I can shoutcast it?
I gotta go eat, but I'm keen for that tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. We
Hell
have
yeah.
the same streaming times
You want to
anyway,
do that
right?
tomorrow?
Little
I'm-
race tomorrow? Yes.
I'll host
Okay.
the
Act 1
1v1.
race.
Act 1 race,
Perfect.
shoutcasted by
Act 1
by
race
Crimson.
between me, and we get Miso in here as well, or something.
Let's do it. That's
Miso
Hell yeah.
streams at the same
Hell
time
yeah.
as us
just,
as well.
do the Act 1 race. Fresh start SSF.
Okay, and
let's
I will
do it.
train for that now. I'll be the
Ah,
best
come
Act
on.
1 racer of all time.
I'm super keen. Okay, that we content.
Get
plan
Prada
for
too.
tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Prada, everyone.
See
Like
you can get
impromptu
in.
race.
Just a mini impromptu race. I'm hella down for that.
All right,
Okay,
go
Well,
have some food.
Pick a time and message me, and we will do that tomorrow.
that sounds.
This time bad for Miso? No, not this time. Tomorrow at our usual streaming times.
Hmm.
Like me, Miso, and Lolcohol. We all have the same starting times for stream. So in the mornings, my time at least morning.
Excellent. Okay.
North American, like
Okay.
middle of the night.
Perfect.
European / African, like early in the morning.
Yeah, or
Do
like
you
midday.
sleep, Crimson?
Why would I sleep, man? I can stream on Twitch.
I don't know. Yeah. No.
I can.
I mean, I'm the same. I'm
Train
the same.
really hard for PoE 2 speedruns and then come in 5th.
I said the other day on my stream, like, oh, I actually slept for 4 hours this night, and everyone was like, wait, you don't usually sleep more than 4 hours? I was like, no, I don't, kind of.
I would be fucked.
I don't know.
If I sleep like 7 hours and I'm ruined. It's gotta be a good 7.5, 8.
For me, it's the other way around. If I sleep more than 7, 8 hours or something, actual, like, completely without waking up in the middle, then I'm fucked. I don't know.
I'm gonna test that.
Well, 6, 7 hours, yeah.
6, 7 hours. Right.
See you tomorrow then. Game on.
Yeah.
You better get going after your food. Train a little bit.
I'll get practicing.
Oh, you're gonna be playing grenades. It's not gonna be easy.
If it's an Act 1, you never know. The builds people choose in Act 1 are different. Because grenades come online for the good DPS in the later acts. You never know what Lolcohol wants to play.
Oh, okay. I'm just you know what I'm gonna play.
You're gonna spin a wheel on stream and play Hollow Palm Monk, I'm sure.
It's not that bad.
Sure.
You were this close to giving us a Voss right there. I almost drew it out of you.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
All right.
We do that tomorrow. That's a good idea. That's another good 2 or 3 hours we can stall tomorrow.
There we go.
With the race.
We need to do this every day.
Perfect.
All right, I'm gonna go sleep now. Believe it or not, 8 a.m. is my time for bed.
Amazing.
Fuck. Okay.
Perfect.
Sleep tight.
I'll see you boys later. Bye, chat. Bye, chat. Bye, bye.
Bye. Okay, it's me. Wait, why is my camera not working? Okay. That was fun. I love doing shit like that. I've been saying to the guys for ages, like, I want to do more impromptu conversations and just, like, hang out and chat. So, that was great. But, for now, let's raid Dead Rabbit. And then tomorrow is race day, apparently. We're gonna race Dead Rabbit and maybe someone else with Crimson casting it. That's gonna be amazing. Thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'll be on tomorrow. And yeah, let's see Mr. Rabbit. Take care. Is my PoE fixed? I think so. I think it's fixed. I hope so. We'll find out tomorrow, I guess. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose really badly. YouTube, catch you guys tomorrow. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, YouTube.
Yo!